All right, thank you all for being patient.
Yes, thank you.
We had a meeting / training that went to the just recently and went to the grant. As you know, board members are volunteers that usually come straight from work and don't have time to eat dinner, so I gave them time to eat dinner so that we're not hangry for the meeting. Don't want that. So let's get started. This public work session of the Board of Education. Wait, Kara, we're ready to go, right? Sorry, I forgot to check. All right, thank you. This public work session of the Board of Education for December 16, 2025 is called to order. All items being considered this evening are posted on the PPS website under the Board of Meetings tab. This meeting is being streamed live on PPS TV Services website and on Channel 28 and will be replayed throughout the next 2 weeks. Please check the district website for replay times. Good evening and welcome. Thank you for taking your time out of your day to be here. Just a couple housekeeping reminders. We're so excited that we have community members here also in attendance. Take take time out of your day to be part of this. If you have displays or banners, which I don't see any at the moment, but just keep them below your chin so people behind you can see. Let's be respectful to each other. We have a pretty full agenda today. After a vote on the consent agenda, we will, just quick overview, dive into the winter 2025 data results for our MAP and iReady. We have a budget work session where we talk about establishing principles, policies, and priorities. We're also going to have a brief discussion on boys volleyball. We are receiving an overview on the academic program expansion for Jefferson High School and have a chance to ask questions. We'll also have a discussion about board leadership, and then we will give the committee and conference reports that were postponed from the last meeting. So, full menu. All right, let's start with the consent agenda. Board members, are there any items that you would like to pull for a separate discussion? Doesn't sound like any. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Director DePass moves. Director Split seconds the adoption of the consent agenda. Any board discussion on the consent agenda? All right. The board will now vote on resolution 7226 through 7227. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed? Student Director Retorto?
Yes.
Abstentions? Consent agenda as amended is approved by a vote of 6-0 with Student Representative Retorto voting yes. All right, next up we have our union partner. Today we have the president of the Portland Association Teachers and others. And as part of our agreement with the Portland Association Teachers, we provide time on the agenda for board meetings for comment time. While tonight is not a regular board meeting, we do have a request from PAT President Angela Bonilla. So thank you. Welcome, President Bonilla.
Absolutely. Thank you. I will start off with kudos and then allow our substitute committee chair, Ian, to speak. So kudos and shout outs to educators who are holding the rigor while also providing moments of joy for students while we move towards winter break. A huge kudos to our board members who spent an educator for a day with our PAT members at schools, seeing the reality of the on the ground with our staff and then coming to debrief with us at the PAT office. It's always really great to have visitors at our schools and have them spend time putting in the work in our classrooms. And then a kudos to the educators who welcomed folks to their classrooms. It's a very vulnerable thing to have elected officials in your community, your classroom community with the little humans and the young adults that you serve. So just big appreciations to those educators. And now I'm going to turn it over to Ian Mullen, who is our substitute committee chair. As some of you may know, the PAT union has actually 2 units. It has our substitute unit and our non-substitute unit. And so Ian is going to speak a little bit about some of the issues and hopefully some of the things that we hope to resolve with our substitutes. So hand it over to you, Ian.
Thanks, Angela. That's definitely how we distinguish ourselves. There's the substitute unit and the non-substitute unit of the union. Yeah, so my name's Ian Mullen. I'm the chair this year for the substitute committee. I want to bring to the board's attention how district-wide cuts to teaching positions, how the lack of class cap sizes and other changes within PPS have impacted the work and livelihoods of substitute teachers. In addition to sharing concerns that many of us have with the system frontline that PPS uses to administer substitute jobs. I've subbed for the last 6 years. 5 of those have been here in PPS. And in that time, I've seen Portland schools undergo significant changes, but none more dramatic than the widespread cuts to teaching positions that the district made the last few years, especially this year. The landscape is completely different for substitutes this year. Coupled with the lack of a cap on class sizes, which has led to many classrooms being combined, including the school, Irvington Elementary, where I primarily sub. There used to be two classes for each grade. There's now a blended class, and there's three classes between the 2, 4th, and 5th grades. These cuts have reduced the amount of work available for subs, and then add to this fact that many of those teachers who had their positions cut have become substitutes. There is now far more substitutes looking for work and fewer actual positions that we are eligible to sub in. So it's created an environment of competition and amongst substitutes that really did not exist in the 5 previous years. And that is primarily due to these classrooms being cut or combined. The lack of available jobs has ramifications upon our livelihoods that are greater in scope than just the loss of income. You may not be aware of this, but substitutes in PPS do have eligibility for health benefits. It's one of the rare things that we get here as substitutes subbing for Portland, so thank you, PAT. We must work 55 days in a school year to qualify for and receive health benefits the following year. So in the past, there's been an average of about 65,000 total jobs in a year that substitutes are eligible to fill. So meeting 55 days throughout the year is pretty feasible. However, this year, and this is according to data that we've received from the district, we are on pace for about 50,000 jobs. So that's about a 20% check. That's about a 20% decrease in jobs. So that's a significant decrease in just the amount of work that is even available for substitutes to do. And this shortage of jobs has been so severe that many subs, despite every willingness and effort to find work, are at risk of falling short of the minimum benchmark for qualifying for health insurance. And there's a concern amongst subs that the district is unbothered by this fact, perhaps even preferring to employ a greater number of subs to lessen the financial burden of insuring them when fewer of them qualify for insurance. The lack of a cap on class sizes makes everyday instruction more challenging for main unit teachers and has downstream effects for subs, of course. Many subs send me emails each week discussing how they're subbing for 35, 40 student classrooms without any additional support. And this is not an isolated problem. As I've discussed, the cuts throughout the district really have taken away a lot of those support systems. So those people are not there anymore to provide support, and it's falling on substitutes to take care of a classroom that they're probably not expecting to see that many students in. To give an example, Sophie Von Rohr is a substitute representative, a 6th grade math class at Roseway Heights that had 45 students. You can imagine that that's a little bit of a shock to show up in a classroom when there's that many students. Students and teachers are not set up for success in classrooms of this size. And it should be noted that this quantity of students with just a single classroom teacher greatly inhibits the main unit teacher's ability to provide quality instruction. And for a substitute who doesn't have rapport with any of these students, the classroom management is that much more difficult. PPS used to have a system in place that compensated substitutes for more challenging assignments. It was called incentive schools or incentive pay. From at least the 2022-23 school year until last school year, so not this one but the one before it, substitutes received incentive pay bonuses for working an assignment at any of the district designated incentive schools. These schools were designated as such because they had historically low fill rates. Fill rate's just the metric that's used to calculate how many assignments are given coverage. Incentive pay was a good faith gesture and effort by the district to create more equal distribution of coverage. And it was borne out by statistics. We received data from the district on incentive pay fill rates before and after. And, sorry, let me backtrack a little bit. The incentive rates used to be about $50 a day and $35 for a half day. And after the 2022 school year, they were reduced to just $15 a day and $10 a half day. This significant reduction in bonus rate greatly affected fill rates. So Ockley Green, which I think is a K through 8 school. It's a middle school. Okay. Had a fill rate of about 84% in 22-23 school year, but the next year after these bonuses were reduced from $50 to just $15, this fill rate fell to 61%. That means that almost half of the time that a teacher needs a sub, right, there's not someone filling that. That's a significant decrease. Similarly, Roseway Heights fill rates fell from 78% in 22-23 to just 65% the following year. Both were incentive schools. The district has not designated any schools as incentive schools in the past 2 school years. And even this year, when the fill rates are significantly higher, due to the greater demand in light of job scarcity, schools that were formerly designated as incentive schools still have significantly lower fill rates than the average throughout the district. Ockley Green's fill rate is 7 or 8% lower than the district average this year. So incentive pay was an effective way to improve classroom coverage for schools with historically low fill rates, and it represented a good faith effort on behalf of the district to compensate substitutes for this work. We are urging the district to reinstitute incentive pay. And lastly, I want to return to a point that I made about the difficulty many subs are having finding work, despite the willingness and efforts to find work, especially amongst the scarcity of jobs. PPS uses a system called Frontline Absence Management to administer our work. It's an app. You can get it on the desktop or on your lap or on your phone. And teachers, when they do not directly coordinate with the sub for coverage, will post an absence there, and then a substitute picks it up if they're interested in taking it. So the drastic changes to classroom positions have led to a significant decrease in available jobs. And this has renewed questions that substitutes have about how exactly this app administers and displays jobs, given that it dictates our access to work and our livelihoods therein. In the past, substitutes could expect to see assignments that correspond to their specific certificate displayed on their Frontline homepage. This allowed guest educators to be matched with assignments for which they are most qualified and ensured that PPS students' learning is not greatly disrupted when their homeroom teacher is out. However, last year we had a substitute report that they could not see any jobs, despite confirmation from other substitutes that there were available jobs. So like comparing side by side, one of their apps is showing no jobs and the other one has a bunch available. Our committee chairs last year learned from the district that there was inexplicably filters placed on this substitute's account that restricted them from seeing any jobs. We have no way of knowing how widespread this was, if it was happening to other substitutes. It just so happened that this person was an active member of the union, and they were able to bring it in front of union leadership, and we were able to get an answer from the district, who informed us that they didn't have a reason why this person was having their jobs filtered. There was no mark on their record. It wasn't for like bad performance or anything like that. It was just inexplicably there was filters restricting the jobs they saw. So they removed all of the filters. In one sense, we were grateful that they did something to help this substitute, but in effect, it now made essentially there was no way for a substitute with a specific certificate to see jobs that matched their certificate. It removed all of those filters. We know from peers who have worked in other districts like Simi Valley that use Frontline that there is an ability to filter jobs based on your certificate or based on things that you want to see. So we know that that's a possibility. It's just a matter of getting the district to change the plan that they have with Frontline. We urge the district to make changes to the system so that permanent filters are reinstated. Another problem and focus that the substitute committee has had with Frontline and with job distribution and administration is in regards to third-party apps that are subscription-based. The third-party apps charge a subscription fee to users who are often seeking them out for the ease of access that they provide and filters that Frontline doesn't provide. For one, the servers of these third-party apps refresh faster than Frontline because there's fewer people on them. And this means that a person using the third-party app essentially has more time to review a job and accept it if they want to have it. Additionally, subs are able to apply long-term filters when they're using the third-party apps. These third-party apps, while I have never used them myself, were not really a concern to the substitute committee until the last year and a half, largely relating to demands of work changing and it being harder to find jobs. So as these job opportunities have dwindled, we've had more and more people complaining and asking questions about these third-party apps. And in the last year, we've done a lot of correspondence with Frontline representatives and with district representatives to try to get transparency on this issue. The third-party apps like SubAlert can refresh sometimes as much as 6 minutes faster than Frontline, and this gives paying subscribers an advantage when seeking work, given that the jobs may appear on SubAlert well before they do on Frontline. This has created a pay-to-play situation within substitute work and represents a grave equity concern for PAT and the substitute committee. When we raised these concerns with the district, it was treated as if it was out of their hands and not their domain. The district has stated that they are working to find a solution and that they, and this is a quote, continue to discourage its use, that being third-party apps, and stress that is against both PPS and Frontline's acceptable use policies to give personal information to the third-party apps. However, PPS has done little to enforce this policy. And even more, it does not appear that this is against Frontline's policies, as SubAlert touts being endorsed by Frontline on its website. So that doesn't seem to be true. Last year, during a contract admin meeting, the district proposed providing a stipend to subs to cover the cost of these apps, but we have not received confirmation that these stipends will be given, nor how retroactively they will be administered. The onus is on our employer to provide the equipment and services necessary for our job. Because these apps essentially dictate our ability to find work, this is an issue that should be resolved by our employer, the district. One app should be enough, and the pay-to-play situation raises not only ethical concerns, but instructional ones. With clear advantages granted to substitutes who pay for the app, assignments are effectively being bought rather than matched to educators with a specialization or certification in that subject. We expect the district to resolve this issue in short order, either by enforcing its own policies or by providing stipends to cover the cost of these apps, as it is their responsibility as the employer of substitutes to provide us with the equipment, technology, and information necessary for our jobs. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to emphasize a little bit of what Ian said. You know, when we came and spoke about the incentive schools, incentive being lost, you know, there were a lot of concerns that this was an incentive to work at schools where we have diverse populations. But the reality is what we've noticed, because racism is structural, that those schools are also the schools that have higher turnover of administrators and staff. They have less support staff. And so not only are these schools that serve some of our historically and currently underserved populations, these are also schools that have struggled with maintaining structures and climate that can keep students and staff safe. And so the incentive pay isn't to say, hey, can you work at these schools with Black and brown kids? The incentive pay is to say, hey, we know it is hard to come into a school where you don't have the rapport, where there are no systems, where you will call for help and no one will come. Thank you for coming anyway. And what we saw with those incentive schools is that some of our substitutes ended up preferring going to those schools regularly. So now, even though that school might have a lot of turnover with staff or administrators, there were substitutes who became those consistent faces and voices in the building, even if they were substituting for different educators. So we are strongly in support of providing another incentive to help our substitutes be able to continue to win a living wage, get health benefits, and support our schools that need consistent, high-quality substitutes in their schools. And so I want to appreciate Ian for taking some time to come out and do the speaking at the board, because it can be pretty intimidating. And but these folks are pretty friendly, so thank you.
Thank you. Can I say something on that?
Yeah.
I would just like to say thank you both so much for coming and sharing what it's like in these environments and how these cuts are affecting teachers and substitute teachers. We need more people raising awareness for how these cuts are affecting, again, teachers and substitute teachers, because the reality is that with even more cuts coming down the line, it could get even worse, and we need to raise awareness to rally public support behind changing permanently how our schools are funded, because until we change how our schools are funding, we're just going to be in this situation over and over and over again. So, but thank you again so much for coming and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you.
Well said.
No one's mad
Please.
at you. That's amazing.
Thank you both for sharing. It's very informative, and we look forward to problem solving. Next up, we have a chance to review the most recent MAP and iReady data. I'll hand this off to Dr. Armstrong.
Absolutely. We're excited to dig into the data. So we have Dr. Adams, who will introduce the team presenting alongside him and launch the presentation. Thank you.
Just waiting for Kara's awesome support. There we go. Good evening, board members. Good evening, Chair Wong, Vice Chair DePass, Student Director Retorto, members of the board, Superintendent Armstrong. We're so excited to be able to again bring a data dive to the Board of Education. As you know, since my arrival here in 2021, we've been pretty consistent with bringing whatever system level data we have immediately to the board as quickly as we have. So this continues along those efforts. All right. As we've done previously, our presentation is structured in a what, so what, now what format. I'm going to display the data. I know you've had time to look at them. Are predictable and unacceptable gaps by race and ethnicity are still present. You know, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time describing those because you can see them very starkly as we go through the data. And we're happy to take, we look most forward to talking about what we're trying to do about it. And we're happy to take any questions at the end once we've turned things back over to Superintendent Armstrong. So this is our learning target and success criteria for tonight's data dive. We're again trying to model what we expect in schools. We're hoping that teachers are using these to help with teacher clarity, and we're hoping that perhaps you are seeing them as you're going in your visits to schools throughout the school year. So we're going to learn about the current state of student achievement, which is what we do in the fall. In the winter, we'll come back and talk about student growth because we'll have 2 data points within the same school year. And hopefully at the end of the presentation, you could articulate that current state and talk about how these data are used to inform action planning in both schools and the central office. So starting with the what, when I joined PPS, PPS was already in the midst of using the MAP assessment. Since my time here, we have also started adopting the Ready Math elementary mathematics curriculum, which is where iReady comes into play. Over the past few years, we've had lots of teacher feedback from elementary teachers about, do we have to give MAP and iReady? And we thought about that feedback and said, actually, we don't. We can understand student performance in mathematics at the elementary level using iReady, so students are assessed less frequently than they would otherwise have been. So we use both MAP and iReady to monitor student achievement and student growth over time. They MAP assess content in English and language arts, and we use the mathematics portion of the Ready Math curriculum and Ready Math content to assess mathematics. And it really answers the question, are students currently on grade level at the beginning of the school year? We were here in October, I believe it was, and we talked about our OSAS results, and that was whether students met that proficiency mark for last school year. And now we're wondering, where are we at the beginning of the school year? And what does that mean for moves that we need to make as either a school team, a grade level team, or a district level team? So let's get right to it. First, we'll look at overall performance by grade bands. This slide shows reading performance in elementary grades, the middle grades, and across all assessed grades. That's grades 3 through 8 combined. As you can see, overall in reading, we're seeing some increases in the percentage of students who are on grade level at this point of the school year compared to last school year. Similarly, in mathematics, we are seeing increases in the middle grades, and in grades 3 through 8 combined. At the elementary grades, we see a slight decline. And if you remember when we brought the OSAS data and we disaggregated that elementary data by race and ethnicity, we saw a drop in our Latina or Latinx or Latino student performance. And it's our belief that that's contributing to that decrease we see in grades 3 to 5. We're still sort of working to unpack that. In elementary reading, most student groups saw slight to moderate increases, with Asian and Native students demonstrating a decrease in the proportion of students who are on grade level at the beginning of the school year. And those are, as you can see our achievement gaps between and among student groups. I've referred to it in my career as the achievement roller coaster. In most places, the only way to make the hills and valleys look different, besides like really pushing on students, but to make the data look different, is to rearrange the order, right, of how they're presented, because things tend to fall along what we once called like the line of color. In elementary mathematics, we see some differential performance by student racial and ethnic groups, with Black and multiracial students showing an increase in the proportions of students who are on grade level. When we turn to middle school, all student groups show some increases in achievement in reading language arts. And similarly, in middle school mathematics, we see that with the exception of our Native students, all other student groups saw increased achievement. Next, we'll take a look at the achievement of our students with disabilities. Here, achievement has remained consistent or flat this fall compared to last fall. In reading English language arts. And then in mathematics, students with disabilities in the middle grades are showing slightly increased levels of achievement, while their elementary peers saw a slight decline. And the data for all grades combined 3 through 8 is relatively flat. And then finally, we examine the performance of our multilingual learners, or our students for whom English is not their first or home language. Here, performance is very low compared to all other student groups, and we know we have much work to do in order to improve outcomes for this population of students. Similarly, in mathematics, we see lower achievement overall, an increase at the middle grades, and a decline in elementary school. Again, we are right now unpacking these data to determine root causes in order to develop and refine systemic guidance and support for our multilingual learners. On the next slide, Christina Howard, our Senior Chief of Academics, and Dr. Isaac Cardona, our Chief of Schools, will outline how we turn these results into action at both the school and the central office levels.
Good afternoon, good evening, actually. At the school level, we provide grade level centers line instruction and supports and scaffolds to students. We also use this fall data to look at intervention. So in elementary school or 3-5, we have WIN blocks, the what I need blocks, so students get differentiated instruction from teachers. We also have intervention courses or interventionists in the elementary school. So based upon the fall data, students might have an intervention block or work with an intervention teacher, both in the primary and then 6-8 as well. Those could last a quarter or longer, but they're typically tailored, personalized instruction based upon the gaps that students are experiencing within the school day.
Hi, good evening. At the central office level, we've spent the last several years building MTSS systems or multi-tiered systems of support to be implemented at the school level. So thinking about our guidance around curriculum, our guidance around tiers of instruction. So thinking about what all students receive, what tier 2 support students receive, and then what tier 3 options are available. We also support a lot with professional learning. So one of the things that we're working on this year is working with our ELD teachers, English language development, supporting our multilingual learners. We're also supporting our academic interventionists. We offer high impact tutoring, instructional coach support, lots of tools and resources for buildings to use, as well as providing staff to schools to support some of these systems level work.
That concludes our presentation. And I'd like to turn things back over to Dr. Armstrong before we entertain any questions, if she had any concluding thoughts.
Yeah, no, thank you, team. I appreciate you bringing forth the presentation. I think at this time, just opening up for board discussion or questions. Any feedback?
Okay, I'll start us off, I guess. Thank you for the presentation. It was great and very informative and shows a lot of work to do. I just want to also reiterate, I think from a previous conversations, I remember I was talking about how the MAP and iReady are a type of assessment, right? It tests how a student is doing in one specific thing at one specific task. But the usefulness is that it correlates well with, for example, eventual need for intervention or college readiness and things like that. And so that's kind of where the usefulness. And then the other thing that came up when that discussion was also about curriculum embedded assessments, right? And I know Dr. Adams, you pointed out before you pointed out the importance of, I don't know, I think you call it like triangulation about how to figure out how well a student is doing. I'm just curious. My question is just basically, could you maybe illuminate a little bit more about how the status of that progress is doing in terms of like curriculum embedded instruction, where the district is at that, and maybe what maybe obstacles that the district is facing in terms of. Did I say that right? Curriculum embedded assessments.
You said instruction.
Did I say instruction?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for watching my back.
I probably caught you too.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Sure. So coming in to this year, we worked on some systems. Some of our curriculum comes with the ability to either assess students online or to enter their performance online as a way so that we can collect it and report it. And so that's it's a new expectation as of this school year that is happening. And we are, although systems aren't perfect and it's in process, and we are looking forward to being able to provide those data to the board as well as we move forward. As you know, we don't want to, I would hesitate to bring you data where there hasn't been a lot of student participation. And so I know that our educators are using curricular materials, and I also know that it is not always easy or timely to get all that entered into our system. So we want to be mindful of that. We know in year one, it takes some adjustments and getting used to a different routine. At the secondary level, we're leveraging our student information system that has an assessment platform to be able to have students complete their assessments there. And that, again, will give us a window into that. My belief is that, one, it's great to know if students are growing. It's great to have an approximation or an understanding if they're on grade level. As a teacher, what I benefited the most from at all times were my curriculum embedded assessments, combined with the things I did daily as a part of what they call the formative assessment process. So these are a data point that we can look at centrally and district-wide, so we can know how every fourth grader is doing in math or how every sixth grader is doing at a point in time in reading. And we're just not quite there yet with our curriculum-based assessments and the ability for us to look at it district-wide.
Yeah, I think you pointed out that issue, nailed it. Because I think one of the things that I see as a challenge is that I see teachers doing this all the time, right? Formative assessments and curriculum-based. But like, how do we aggregate that to a district-wide summation of how our students are doing, right? And so I think that's a monumental challenge. So thank you for illuminating on that. I think Director LaForte had also a question.
Yeah, I was just curious. In some of the, sorry, were you going to go?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Go first.
I was just wondering, in some of the earlier data on, I'm looking at slide 5, when we see differences like, 0.3, 0.5, or 0.9 in terms of increases, do you consider that an increase, or do you consider it statistically significant or flat?
That's a great question. So the concept of statistical significance comes into play most usually when you don't have everyone taking an assessment or you haven't captured the entire population. With these assessments, we are capturing well over 90 to 100% of students. And so the differences could be attributed to a couple things. It could be attributed to the difference in the achievement of the student. There's also a possibility, and there's no way to really discern this. I was talking about this with Dr. Dan Farley at ODE at the Teaching with Purpose conference. Sometimes the students themselves are just different. And so they perform differently because of innate differences that they have. And so those types of things come into play. What I would say to you is, the greater the difference, the more likely it is that it's because of what we're doing.
So it seems like from the data we're seeing, you can see these increases pretty dramatically in the math, but the reading not as much. What sort of targeted interventions do we have in place for particularly our Black students with that gap we're seeing right now?
Sure.
I'm seeing.
So,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, so I think it depends. Some of the areas reading is increasing, even 3.5, right? If we're looking at, there's 2.3% gain for Black students. So I think just as a system, for system implementation, we have student intervention teams at every school. So they're analyzing, teams of teachers and counselors and administrators are analyzing data regularly, academic data, also climate data from students around behavior supports and things like that. And they're deciding from there who our students are using a wide range of data. They're using this as one data point, right? There's classroom assessments, there's in-classroom observations, things like that. And they're deciding from there who is in need of support. We also have academic interventionists at several schools where there are students below a certain threshold, 40% in MAP are getting support. And then we also have high impact tutoring. So it's a wide range of things. I don't know, Isaac, if you want to share, or Dr. Cardona, if you want to share a little bit more.
Yeah, I would say also the professional learning, especially in the primary school, so 3.5 is largely focused on literacy. We're in a 3-year process of having all teachers trained in the science of reading. So it's currently year 2. And so every early release, so when students go home, teachers are staying with their principal and they get learning about the science of reading and then implementing that in their classrooms and getting feedback. And so I'm seeing really great results in classrooms, especially in primary school, of just like the shifts in how they're teaching literacy, teaching students to read, and the impacts that's having on student growth.
Is there, so one more follow-up question, I'm sorry, I don't mean to, for our middle school students, like I'm familiar with what you're talking about, the science of reading and the targeted interventions for our younger students. What are we doing for our students that are in the middle?
Middle school is similar, where they have interventionists, as Dr. Howard, or not Dr. Howard, as Christina mentioned. And so students who are falling below a certain threshold, so there's a multi-tiered system of support. If they are within tier 3, they do have an intervention class that is taught by a teacher, typically with 15 or fewer students, in a quarter, to help to really solve some of those gaps. And if students are progressing, they might leave the intervention, other kids might come in based upon their performance, but it's very much targeted small group instruction with an interventionist to support their learning, both math and reading.
Just one more thing to add on the middle school part. We've been awarded the grant from the state around supporting some of the secondary. You have to use funding across K-12, but some of that will be allocated for secondary in particular, providing some robust professional learning using some of the same systems that we've modeled with elementary around the science of reading, but implementing at a secondary level and what that would look like, and really focusing on literacy at the secondary level. So that's coming. We haven't built that out yet, but that is one of the ways that we're going to be using some of those dollars.
And what I'd like to add is one of the things we know as school districts shifted to standards more aligned with the Common Core standards is that mathematics became even more literacy based. And so in a previous district, for example, we showed an SAT item, then an 8th grade math item, then a 5th grade math item, and a 4th grade math item. And the SAT item was all text. There was 2 columns of text and had maybe 2 numbers in it, but it was a math problem. And so we know that literacy and reading continues to be and is more than ever a gateway skill because they don't have math content and curricula don't necessarily anymore include what I was always taught were like naked problems or like 1 or 2 sentence word problems. That's not the nature of the standards and the way they're organized and the way they're expected to be taught. So there is typically, there is a high reading demand on the math assessments and in the math curricula, which if you're struggling, some students struggle with their reading, but they're really sort of savant in math and they overcome that. Other students don't. And so we want to recognize that it's also something we need to work on.
This is kind of related. So I was going to ask a question about, of course, I love the stuff about the science of reading. Sounds amazing. What else is specifically different or is going to be different about this year as opposed to years prior in terms of like the so what of all of this or the now what?
Yeah, I think, the science of reading over 3 years is probably the biggest shift, both in professional learning and the way that all schools have the ability to learn and grow from that. In this current year, we're also seeing principals have some ability to shift within PLCs, what they're working on with their teams. I was at a school recently where they were talking about how their instructional leadership team and their PLCs were focusing on math, and they were each bringing a lesson that they were going to work through and talk about, how best to support students, whether it's multilingual learners, students with IEPs within the lesson. So just a lot of collaboration and time built in for folks to talk to each other.
Thank you. Sounds great.
Objections are passed. I'll call
Thank
next.
you. I have just 2 questions. The first is the science of reading. How many about percentage-wise have our teachers been trained on the science of reading now? I think you might have, is it 2/3?
So we're in year 2 of the grant, and each year is 20 schools. So after this year, we'll have 40 schools that have participated in it, and next year will be our final year of the last remaining 20 schools. So yeah, 2/3.
Okay, great. And then we've gotten some mail about the limitations of the MAP and the iReady, and I worked full-time today and did not read the letters fully or your response that you gave. Can you explain to me what the limitations of the MAP and the iReady are, and if we're doing anything to address those limitations?
Sure.
Explain it like a kindergarten. Because this is over my head. It's not my area of expertise.
So what we know of assessment is that no assessment gets clearly at something. If you think about the example there's always some error. What the example I like to provide is when my kids were young and you take your kid's temperature because they're sick, my doctor or the nurse on call would always ask me, how did you take the temperature? And that matters because in the ear, the forehead, rectally, they all have a different amount of air around them based on the thermometer. And so assessments are no different. And so the limitations of assessments are their point in time. These assessments aren't, MAP isn't a direct tie unit by unit to our curriculum. It is attached to the domains of reading, but not unit by unit. So the scope and sequences don't line up exactly. And at the same time, what companies like the parent company of MAP and the parent company of iReady do is they do what are called linking studies, where they look at student performance on their assessment compared to students' performance on each state's assessment to determine at what level of performance should I expect a student to also be proficient on the state assessment. So as always, I always like to say that an assessment like MAP can tell you something's wrong. It doesn't always tell you what exactly is wrong, or it can tell you something's really right, but it may not tell you exactly what's really right. And that's when we need to triangulate those data with the daily instruction and experiences of students and teachers in the classroom every day based on that formative assessment process.
And then is that the curriculum-based assessment?
That's a piece of
That's
it.
more,
That's a piece of it.
Not point in time, but it's actually like in real time in the classroom?
Sure. So real time in the classroom might be an exit ticket that I give all of my students before they go on to their next period or to their next teacher. That's more real time. More real time to that is just as I'm looking around, I'm making assessment decisions based on the expressions on your faces. So I may do that in the classroom as a teacher based on how engaged someone looks. Do they look like they're struggling? And then as a unit progresses, we have those curriculum embedded either checks at the midpoint of the unit in some of our grade levels and contents and or at the end of the unit that helps us understand the extent to which students, the facilitation of learning has occurred for most students in the classroom. And we call it formative whenever there's really, it's more formative the more time you have to adjust before the next thing you do.
And just to
that makes
take your
sense.
point a little bit further, Dr. Adams is using the temperature as a guide. I don't know any doctor that would fully diagnose just with the thermometer, right? There's always other data points that's used to determine what's going on, and it's the same in the classroom.
Yeah, and we call that like a balanced assessment system is kind of a phrase that you would hear. You would want some portion of this formative daily happening every day. There's assessments happening. Then you have like the once a quarter, once a 6 or 8 weeks happens, there's another assessment. Then you have the once or twice a year assessment, and you're trying to look at the whole picture to be able to make recommendations.
And then one final question, are those then curriculum-based assessments, are those also used to inform the instructors of where they're maybe missing, when you administer a test and half the class doesn't get it, then you're like, oh, maybe I didn't mention that. Are those
that's
used then
certainly-
for feedback in real time to
That-
the instructors in the classrooms?
What I will say is that's certainly something I learned from my high school government teacher. He always did an item analysis. If more than 30% of the students got an item wrong, he used to say, I didn't teach that well enough. That was
Yes,
a practice
that's what
I
I'm
took
talking
into my
about.
own classroom. I can't speak to the extent to which that happens across the district because obviously I'm not in every classroom talking to every educator. But I know that our educators work hard to make adjustments based on the information they're gleaning from students and all the various ways that they can glean and capture that information.
And at a systems level, we would want our professional learning communities, right? We've set up systems to support after an assessment, they do a student learning analysis and understand, okay, where are the gaps? Which students need more support? What do I need to reflect on in my practice that will improve over time? Collaborating with another person who teaches either the same content at secondary or the same grade level to understand, or a grade band to understand, hey, as a PLC group, what could we potentially, adapt or change? Or, hey, did this person do a really great job here? How can I use what they're doing to support what I'm doing? So that's where PLC or professional learning community work comes into play too.
Thank you.
And then with as we develop more into proficiency-based grading and standards-based assessment, that process becomes more direct and easier, or more common, right?
Well, I'm excited to hear we're going towards. Yeah, I just want to make sure. Sorry, since we're headed more towards, I think about I guess this is a little comment and some questions. I think it's great we're moving in the direction of using more curriculum-based assessments. I also want to give a shout out to a 5th grade teacher that wrote last year about the shift and really wanting to also help figure out how to help kids be able to have assessments not always on a computer, right? That's something that's on my mind. So I just want to remind everyone that I think that's always good to try to maintain that ability for us to give teachers the academic freedom to assess their kids, sometimes in different ways, even if we do make sure that sometimes they are doing it in a way that you can get that data. But especially until we maybe give up something like a map or some other test we're currently giving, because now we're using the curriculum-based ones, until we fully make that transition, I just want to be mindful of how much time they're spending on computers doing these assessments, because anybody who spends time with kids knows they don't look forward to testing days. And, you know, we get the emails about making sure they're well fed and they have snacks and treats and keeping their moods up and making sure they're getting enough sleep, because it's kind of a drag. So I just want to kind of put that shout out there. And I know you guys are thinking about those things too. I am curious about a couple of things. As we're getting data now and able to look back at the folks who had science of reading training last year, are we seeing the impacts on the test scores this year? Have you guys unpacked to see if that's the case?
We're actually in the process of doing a larger understanding of that. That's one of
Yeah.
the things the team's working on now. We don't have that right this minute,
Right,
but we
that's
could
fine. Yeah.
we could definitely share that once we have that.
Yeah, great. My question was more like, are we able to do that? If we are, I think it'd be really interesting, because it does seem to be like the thesis statement for all of this is like the science of reading training is what we're really hanging our star on here. So let's make sure that it is in fact actually turning out to be the case. And then if that is turning out to be the case, I think it's something we should really be, telling folks all about. I think the state continues to turn out people with teaching credentials that are not learning science of reading in their teacher training programs, which I've heard about quite a bit from folks across the state. So I think we can maybe be part of like shifting that narrative and actually making a change that can matter for kids all over the state, because we're kind of leading the way on this. I also am just curious if you're seeing, we see these significant gaps between kids of color, or particularly the three groups that we've mentioned today, and white kids on these tests. Is there a difference when we're looking at those test scores between the norms-based testing like a MAPS or an iReady, and when we're doing standards-based testing? Is the gap persistent across? And if we don't have the data to show that yet, maybe it's something we can think about showing like a year from now when we can plan to show that.
That's a great question. And so I believe what I'm inferring from your question when you say standards-based is
Or curriculum-based,
criterion
sorry.
referenced or curriculum-based, which
Sure,
means
like OSAS.
yeah, you have to
or-
get to a certain standard, right?
Mm-hmm.
A certain level of performance to be considered okay or doing well,
Mm-hmm.
versus norm reference, which can compare you to peers nationally, typically with
Right.
millions
It's like
of
the
students.
MAPS versus like OSAS or curriculum-based assessment.
So we see those gaps, and the magnitude of the gaps. I've observed them irrespective of the measure I look at. If I look at PSAT when we gave that, if I looked at pre-ACT, if I looked at SAT, if I looked at MAP, if I looked at OSAS, there is a predictable gap between and among those student groups that we have to continue to work towards disrupting.
Yeah, I was just curious if it persisted. And then finally, I think you all know by now that I have like a special place in my heart for our low-income kids who are at non-Title I schools. Those Title I schools get Title I funds. They get funds from the Student Success Act. They get attention from us trying to move the needle on the achievement gap, right? But then we also have kids of color, low-income kids that are at schools that don't have those same resources. And I'm curious if you have done any looking around to see where, like, how that dynamic like might affect these overall, like, we're trying to move the needle for Black kids, Pacific Islanders, Native kids. Can we do anything to kind of like look at the data to figure out, okay, we are moving forward. We're seeing gains where we are leaning in, but not seeing those same gains where we're not leaning in because it's not a Title I school or not a school with a lot of kids that are diverse. I'm just curious if we can see if maybe those kids might need some triage in the future.
Yeah, and we provide academic interventionists. I don't have the list right in front of me, so I can't cite it, but I think we provide them at a range of all schools. And then we also have, with the science of reading training, just one piece around that is that we're really focused on teachers and administrators understanding the science of reading, but then applying that to their everyday curriculum or instruction that they're giving in the classroom. And when schools are part of the science of reading cohort, we have a set of interventionists that are part of that model too, that are centrally based but deployed to the schools to support, as well as coaches. So we're trying to, if you're in that cohort of schools that year, in all elementary schools and K-8 schools will be part of that eventually, they'll have those allocated supports too. So that's another example of how we're trying to create lots of systems of support.
And to Super Chief Howard, Senior Chief, excuse me, That's a
Like super chief. I think
super
that sounds
cheap,
cool.
right? It's an inside joke that we use with one another. As she mentioned, when we provide academic interventionist FTE, that isn't based on title status or not. It's based on student performance being at a level that's low enough where we allocate. And so in those instances, resources have gone to schools that are non-Title I, and it depended more upon the number of students that were performing at a particular lower level of achievement, and then you receive some staffing to support them.
And that's along with high impact tutoring is also similar, right? So we're trying to look at where the need is, regardless of just a designated school, right?
Okay, I love that. I think about it from like a school funding perspective. We do spend a lot more money per student at Title I schools than we do at non-title schools. So I guess I'm thinking about everything you're saying sounds great, but I just hope maybe we can consider, as we unpack data on this going forward, just making sure we're not leaving behind those kids just because of where they're at school. But I realize based on your approach, I think it's less of a concern, but just from a school funding concern, I think it's also worth thinking about smaller class sizes, that kind of stuff.
My question's also around the racial achievement gap. And like I hear the answer that we're analyzing data and using the data to decide who needs what supports. I'm curious about to what degree those supports or interventions are culturally responsive, and like what to what we're attributing the disparity that we continue to see between outcomes for white kids and kids of color.
I think one thing to note is that I think we could also, I don't know if this is a future TLE conversation too, that we could look at our, we have another set of data too, specifically around the intervention supports as well as the high impact tutoring that also shows growth in a lot of areas. And it would be, we should look at that too, right? Right now we're just as one point in time, one piece of data, and we have a lot more data too to show how our intervention set of supports are working too and growing, and regardless of the starting point, how students are growing with that support. So that might be helpful.
It is, in my experience, it has been challenging to find curricula that are widely and deeply culturally responsive, and so that typically falls upon the shoulder of the educators who may or may not have the experience or the background to do that, or the knowledge, right? And so it's one of those things that we are currently struggling with, is how do we ensure, it's why we've been focusing on grade levels and grade level instruction, standards aligned instruction, because we have a deep belief that believing strongly that all students can meet that level of rigor is really critical. When I think I've shared this with the board previously, when I was in the classroom, my students went as far as I believed they go and as far as I believed I could take them. So it was sort of like belief in self and belief in them, which was a lot shakier when I was brand new than it was after I had some experience. And so we just continue to work on trying to make sure the bar is the bar for everyone, and helping them and making sure, or I wouldn't say making sure, but attempting to supply supports and scaffolds so that we can help them get there with the appropriate levels of support without lowering that bar.
I'm not sure if this is a question that you all can answer right now, but do we have any sense whether the racial disparities in outcomes are greater in a district like PPS than they are in communities that have more racial and ethnic diversity? And so, like, correspondingly, teaching forces that are more reflective of the backgrounds of the students.
What I can't exactly answer it in the way you're asking it, Director Chase Miller. What I can say is as I joined PPS and I examined, started looking through our data, the historical data that existed at the time, what surprised me is typically in other districts you see sort of white student achievement, black student achievement, students with disabilities. And here in PPS, it's a little bit inverted in that sometimes, and on a few measures, our students with disabilities are outperforming even our African American or black students. And so that's always been a curiosity of mine that I've had since I've been here, is trying to understand why that might be, because that is not in keeping with my experience in some other districts and in another district, and having friends in other districts in my role where we talk about these things on a regular basis.
Dr. Engelsman?
Thank you. I have just one sort of question, which is from prior conversations and presentations, it's, correct me if I'm wrong, it's my understanding that not every school has a math and or reading interventionalist in the building. And so I guess my question is how the district is supporting those schools that don't have someone in the building. So to Director Splitt's question, so we're not missing the students at those buildings that are sort of below the threshold for having someone in the building, but those individual students at a smaller number are at increasing risk of not having what they need.
So in the classroom, the number one key lever is a teacher in every classroom that has the ability to really move instruction forward and to help close gaps. In every school in K-5, there's a block of time called the What I Need block or the WIN block, and that's a time where teachers, even without other interventionists, can help work on those interventions. And so they work with small groups of students, tailoring their instruction. And so every school has that capacity or that time built in every single day. The interventionists are allocated based upon the number of students and the need there. And so, as a tier 1 measure, it's great instruction in every classroom, and as a tier 2, it's that teacher working with students in the WIN blocks, or even during instruction time, they might pull a small group and work with them on just some lagging skills.
Yeah, I just want to reemphasize, thank you for that. I think that's a great question. And I just want to emphasize what you said, Dr. Cardona, which is teachers are our key lever, right? So when we think of the supports and the resources, even we can have like the best intervention program in the world, but the only way for it to actually be, actualized is through the hands of a teacher, right? And so when we think of, especially coming up on a time when we know that we're going to have to talk reductions soon, we want to continue to think about how we are listening and responding to our teachers in the classroom about what they need to be able to move student progress and performance along. And it does look different in different spaces. And while we talked about data, we talked about curriculum and all of that, we also, and being culturally responsive, when our teachers also have academic freedom under Article 10, where they're able to also take some of those liberties to really enrich with the student. So it's really like the total picture when we think about what's needed to move performance in the classroom. And I don't want to miss that, especially as we know that we have further conversations about some of the investments we've made and how we're just not going to be able to make some of those same investments. So just don't want to overcommit, but to say that while all those things around a classroom are wonderful in helping to lift the work, we believe that our number one way to impact students are through our teachers. And so listening, responding, and supporting them is the best way to move. So,
thank you. I guess I don't have another question. I just have a comment. I was one of the, I think many board members who got to do the PAT Educator for a Day. And I was in a Title I school. And so where we're putting a lot of extra resources and extra money, understandably so. And I will say that it was incredibly eye-opening to me and tragic how much time, it felt like instructional time was lost because of the number of students in the classroom, the lack of assistance in the classroom for the teacher in that 4x4, 4 walls. And I got the sense that it didn't matter how many math or reading interventionalists there were in the building outside of those four walls. Because in the moment, and the moments that were 3 hours that I was in there, I mean, it was amazing how much redirecting and working with individual students just to get them to try to learn, not actually learning. So instructional time was just decimated. And I know it was a Monday morning, and I was told that that is a time that is more challenging, but still, those students were losing instructional time. And so I guess, to the legislature that didn't want to talk about classroom caps and that won't fund us properly, we need to start being honest with ourselves that there is a number that's too many, and that teachers can't be the exceptional teachers that we know they can be when we have classrooms just jammed full of kids who are. So to everyone listening who has the funding, like, we need to stop pretending like we can't talk about that. So anyway, I just wanted to say that. It was really eye-opening for me.
Thank you. I do have one more question. It's a follow-up from what Director Chase Miller was pointing out. You mentioned that, there's a shortage of curriculum that is culturally responsive or things like that. I know with all the funding cuts in third year in a row, this is becoming exponentially more and more difficult, but is it possible, or do we have a program that, because we have a lot of teachers that do develop really amazing culturally responsive curriculum, a way to help identify and elevate those teachers, and a program to help share their curriculum and things like that, because I think that's a big resource I feel is huge, right? And it'd be great if we could tap into that.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the school level, right, with the professional learning communities, and the idea is that they're collaborating around lessons, they're collaborating around how the lessons went, what do students need beyond, analyzing the data from the lesson and then continuing that cycle. And that's where they share a lot of resources. They share a lot of maybe potential adaptations they've made to either their curriculum resources, or when there's maybe not a fully applicable curriculum, then they would share, lessons they've created and things like that.
I've also seen collaboration amongst instructional coaches between buildings, so they get a chance to walk each other's buildings, sometimes with principals, sometimes together, and I've seen them say, "Oh man, I really want to bring that back to my school," or "This is really great. Can I borrow this resource?" And so there's a lot of sharing or crowdsourcing amongst teachers as well.
I just wanted to thank you guys so much for doing all this work. I know that we're asking you to do more with less every year, and that's probably going to continue. I just realized that I have not had the opportunity to again rail against funding in this conversation. So again, I'm going to say that we need to change how our schools are funded, because we can't keep doing this forever. Our state legislature has had about 25 years to figure out how to fund our schools under this model, and they haven't done it. So again, thank you guys for all the work that you put in, because it's not easy.
Thank you. Again, well said. Any last questions? I want to thank you all and your teams for providing this information. All right. Our next on our agenda is turning to our budget conversation. Dr. Armstrong, if you would like to introduce us.
Oh, thank you. So we've been sharing, as you know, with board and community that we're facing a $50 million deficit. That's $10 million more than what we were facing last year. And so as we get closer to our decision-making process, it's just important that we make very clear for you the purpose and the principles and that we're using to make some of those tough decisions. And we're hoping that tonight's conversation will be helpful as we begin to create a shared understanding. We anticipate that in January, we will be going out for engagement in the community on our budget and proposed reductions, but we're still working to get to that place. And so I'm excited that leading tonight's conversation is Chief Morrison. So I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong, and thank you, Kara, for being my tech support over there. And I'm so thrilled to be here tonight. I missed my opportunity to
Thrilled
visit
to
with
be here
you.
at 7:21.
I know. I had a little party over there before I came up here. So it's wonderful to see you, and I hope to get you some information you've been looking for and waiting for, and also gather some questions and kind of get some idea of what you're thinking. I was excited to see our union partners here because I think it's important that they are feeling strong in this information as well. So with that, I think we'll go ahead and get started. Oh, click, click. All right, so together we rise, and we are firmly behind that all the way through the finance team and all of our business functions as well. So you're going to continue to always see this frame up here. All right, so I think I missed our agenda slide. Too fast. Go back. Go forward. All right, so here are our topics. We're going to talk a little bit about our new monthly and quarterly financial reports. I hope you've had an opportunity to see those. Our update for our annual financial report, which shows us, will show us in the community firmly where we landed last year. We're going to show you some information requests that you had. It was quite some time ago, and we're just now really getting that information out to you now. And then really talk about some principles and policies and priorities around our budget development process as we move forward. All right, so just a quick one on this. Our new monthly and quarterly financial reports, we came into PPS, and when I say we, it's myself and a new leadership team, and it seemed like there was a gap in our financial reporting where we believe you should be seeing a financial report from us every month for the prior month, and then also quarterly reports that kind of show our progress against our budget throughout the year. So those have been made available to you in the supplemental materials through Board Book. You're going to notice a little bit more narrative. There are some talking points around the highlights of what's in those reports. Some folks like to see the numbers. Some folks would rather see the charts and hear more of the story. And so we've tried to include all of that information in those reports. And what's under development for us right now, and I think is an important component that we haven't been reporting, is on our contracts. So what we've found is there's a gap in the point where you are reviewing and approving even multi-year contracts, but there's a disconnect between that process and then monitoring where we are and spending in those contracts throughout the year, because we could be authorized for a contract for a certain amount, but then the budget holder will only use those services as needed throughout the year. So I just want to develop a report that will be added to the monthly financial report so that you can see that on a more regular basis. All right, so our annual financial report status, we had some federal guidelines that were released really late to our auditors under the uniform guidance rules, and so they were unable to complete their work on time. And this is an issue throughout the nation. The Oregon Department of Education has sent a notification letting us know that they understand there's an issue, and we'll be bringing our final auditor along with our auditor opinions to you in January, which is a little bit later than we'd like. We have a draft report now, but we want to kind of wait and do it all at the same time. So been working with Director Sullivan on the timing of that, so you can expect to see that in January. All right, the state revenue forecast from November. This is information straight from the forecast, so I'm not going to speak to it directly. There is a link that goes to the full report if you're interested in finding more. These are just some of the highlights that I thought you might find interesting. There was a little bit of a shock to the system after HR 1 went into play. Our first quarter forecast wasn't very positive, and we've come back from that quite a bit. One of the things that I found very interesting in the report from the state economist was the number of missing data points due to the federal program shutdown. that left them with kind of holes in their data. And so that leads me to kind of question a little bit around their forecasting, given that they can't use apples to apples like we like to see. So that's just something to keep in mind. This was another interesting slide I found in it, and I don't think it's a surprise to any of you here, but just in terms of the secondary metro, the drive for job creation, it's definitely slowed in the Portland metro area. So I know that we're working hard as an employer and with our investments, even as far as the bond funds, to keep our employment stimulated locally. And so I just thought this was an interesting slide to share with you. And this is the little tiny table at the end of their revenue forecast that shows we went up from our first very negative revenue forecast that came out in September. And so that's a more comforting picture, but still the long run for the biennium. This was February 4th will be the third revenue forecast out of 8. So we're still pretty early. And I know the state is taking a really conservative approach in terms of spending at this time.
Like, can you go back a slide?
Yeah.
So I think most of you know I work for the state, and like we're also dealing with the same exact numbers and how it affects us. And I feel like this is my chance to tell Michelle what I'm hearing. And I'll tell all of you. But we're hearing that, like, and we'll see what, if, you know, this is just what we're hearing, we'll see what actually happens. But we're hearing that the legislature is really seeing like it might feel like a big relief, like, oh, phew, it's only 63 instead of 309. But I think what they're seeing is like the long-term trend is that the state budget is going to dramatically fall because of the lack of federal funding for the programs that we put the most money toward. In case you don't know, the biggest piece of the pie for the Oregon state budget is healthcare, and there've been dramatic cuts in HR 1 to basically reconfigure and say, okay, we're no longer, as the feds, going to cover those healthcare costs. It's up to states if they would like to continue to do that, to pay for it. And we happen to cover a lot of people, maybe the most in the country potentially, in our healthcare system. And so that's a huge deal. And so just so you all know, what I'm hearing is that the legislature is going to be thinking of making cuts now, that they don't necessarily need to make this biennium, but to make money available for future biennia, because they know they're going to have to cut. So it's like the strategy is like, let's just go ahead and take like a 5% cut has been the scuttlebutt. Now, even though we don't necessarily need to take it, 63.1 million is far less than 5% of our budget. But that way it would put more money into play to minimize the cuts. And this is expected to be a multi-year trend, I believe, through the 29-31 biennium, which is when it would start to stabilize at that lower amount. So just so folks kind of know what, it's like extremely bad news for school funding, but I feel like I just want to tell the public and you what I'm hearing out there in my own state budget conversations.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate that perspective. I know that my colleagues across the state, we're all, watching everything we can and appreciating that opinion. So I'm going to share that out. All right, this is a response to an information request from the board. I heard from a couple of folks, we want to see proportionately the pension benefit. Up here, it's represented in the table. Down at the bottom is the PERS UAL portion. That entire table shows an average cost per FTE of a teacher. So today, our current average is $160. You can see at the very top that average teacher salary is just under $105,000. And then all of the other associated payroll costs that go towards that position. So, that pension benefit at this time is right up there with our that annual insurance contribution for staff. So just something to reflect on, especially as we move towards bargaining. really the only places up there that have any influence at all would be in the salary and then also the insurance. All of those other components of this position they're just driven by a percentage to the dollar. All right, there was also a couple questions around unfunded mandates and valuation. I had a few resources here. I didn't spend days and days and days. These were some of the lower hanging fruits that I found that could be easily shared with you, and I'm sure it could be a study unto itself. But we have our COSA legislative reports, and there are links there to dig into those. But some of those long-standing rules that are a challenge based on our funded situation are the Division 22 requirements. I don't know if you've read through them thoroughly, but there's a lot in there. The free and appropriate education requirement is also, we automatically lean into that. We don't question that when we're offering services to students. Participation in the public employee retirement system, which is a tremendous benefit for all of our staff members, but it is quite expensive over time. Has a lot of members already retired, and so it's the working population and the employers today that are funding that system for the future. And providing our equitable access and instruction to our English learners. And then student transportation and access. So it's really critical that we provide student transportation within the state of Oregon rules. And I do believe that's linked to Division 22. There's so many more. But that's some resources for you if you'd like to dig deeper. All right, let's talk about budget. Okay. These budget principles were kind of agreements that were in place last year, and so we brought them forward again to you this year. To see if they're still right on target for you guys. So we have providing students with an exceptional educational experience, ensuring their academic success should drive the budget process. So trying to keep that student experience front and center, using data to make our decisions, be thoughtful about the cost effectiveness of the decisions that we're making, prioritizing the core program in all of our schools, re-examining patterns of spending, making sure that we're not just automatically doing things the same way we've always done them. So there's a lot of assessment and evaluation that goes into that. Providing every student with equitable access, of course. Taking that longer term perspective so that we're not at it every year, that we're really trying to get to a stable system. And then be transparent, coming out early and often, sharing the information that we have today, and if we don't have it today, letting you know when we might be able to bring that to you. Just to touch quickly on our reserve policy. So it's the goal of the board to fund and maintain a reserve in the general fund ranging from 5 to 10%. We are down to 5% as of the end of 24-25. That's our budgeted amount for the current year, and all of our budget assumptions moving forward, we're striving to maintain that 5% at this time. And those reserves, they're one-time dollars. They should be seen as an emergency fund. All right, I think we're going to come back to this slide, and I don't know how much time we're going to spend on this evening, but having an opportunity to share your insights and perspectives on where you think we have some opportunities to improve, and also where we have some strengths that we need to double down on. So I think our teaching and learning leaders have shared this with you before about our ideal student learning actions. I'm hoping this information looks familiar to you. This information has been shared across our systems, and so as leaders of even operations departments, we can anchor back to these things and understand what we're doing and how that might impact that student learning action. All right, and just anchoring back to our continuous improvement plan. So this is our kind of our beacons. Really, our work has been focused on attendance, literacy, math, and 9th grade success. And so As we move through this budget development cycle, it is going to be very challenging, and you're going to hear from so many passionate folks about so many other things that are amazing in PPS right now, and there's going to have to be some decisions made. So I just wanted to anchor us all back to our continuous improvement plan goal areas. And with that, I think I'm going to go back. One more. Okay. Offer, if you guys are today want to discuss some goals or shared insights, or Chair Wang, if you'd prefer to do this more offline and have them collected in a form, I'm happy to do that as well.
Yeah, and I think I'll say, as you all know, there will be an active budget discussion, and when you all turn into the official state of discussing the budget. I think we had this here just in case there were some things that you all wanted to bring up in this moment as we're continuing to work towards coming up with a list of proposed reductions, and now understanding the current state, if there were some words you wanted to offer. But we are looking forward to a more robust conversation in another few weeks too.
I have a couple of things on my mind, if that's helpful to share. One thing is that I think I shared this when we were having the budget conversation. For a few of you, you weren't getting all the emails that we were getting in like March, April about the blended classes, so blended grades. I assume we're going to need to do more of that, where you have, second and third graders grouped together or whatever. And I shared the perspective at our school where everybody hated the idea, and then in practice, everybody was like okay with it. And it worked out fine. And, we grouped teachers appropriately, or the teachers, and they thought through who was going to be in which class, and it all kind of worked out seemingly just fine. When I was the PTA president, people were freaking out about it, and then I never heard anything about it after it was actually happening. And I wonder if it might be helpful to have hear from folks on the street about how it's gone, to make that transition or something. Just might be helpful as part of our budget conversation, like things that we've had to do to adjust to cuts already that we might have to do more of, like how has it gone, if we think that it's going okay or it's a strategy that's working. I don't know what other strategies we've employed that might be working out for us to talk about. That maybe, class sizes are one we hear a ton about. The blends we hear a ton about. Losing teachers from schools. My school, we lost all of our teachers years ago at this point, so we're kind of used to it and have lower enrollment now. But I think for those schools that haven't had the experience yet or whatever, so I just think it might be good to do some stories about like how it's been to adjust. And it might be that we hear it's going terribly, but I still feel like it might be helpful for us to have that a little bit of a more qualitative side, a human side, if you will, to the numbers. Ahead of having these tough conversations. Just a thought. And I'll just say that from my perspective, and I think, I don't want to speak for everyone, but I kind of think we might all agree that trying to keep, our teachers and educational assistants and paraeducators, those are the kids, the people that are working most closely with students. I would just say that I want to see us do everything we can to keep as many of those as possible, but also understanding that personnel is what costs money, and most of our personnel are directly student facing. So.
The one question I have probably as it comes up during the budget discussion is just, I think it would help to have also just an understanding of what the future impact of some of these cuts are. Like, especially if we're looking at central office cuts, one of the concerns that was, as I think we're living in that reality right now, is that any cuts is going to come with future costs, whether that be monetary or services not performed and things like that, or increase actually the potential cost in the future for things that are not getting done today. So I think it would be helpful to have, when possible, is, the future impacts.
that would be my comment as well, is to understand what the trade-offs are. And also, I liked that slide that had kind of a North Star. We need to ask ourselves, the attendance, the literacy, the math, and the 9th grade success. Yes, that with each difficult decision, are we addressing one of these, 4 values or 4 things that help us improve overall? So yeah, I mean, this is going to be my 3rd discussion that we're cutting lots and lots of budget, and I have felt the impact of not having central office staff. That we used to get things twice as fast, and things are half as fast now. I've just noticed it over time. So I'm looking to more of that probably next year, and really wanting us to focus on what matters for the kids. That's the student-facing positions as much as possible.
Just one comment, and I think I could tie it to attendance and probably literacy and math as a result. But I think for me, the early start time of our elementary schools, I think, is really affecting, especially the kids who don't have a lot of support at home to get breakfast into them, get them to school, all those kinds of things. I think it's affecting our kids. I think it's affecting the front office of the elementary schools that are letting kids in probably for the first hour of school, and then those kids are then disrupting the classrooms as they go in because they're a new kid coming in. I don't think it's great. I know it's not great for working families to have our elementary schools ending so early because they're looking for after-school care. And so I think if we're tying things back to our district improvement plan, and I've been emailing with Dr. Armstrong a little bit too, I wonder if we can look at whether there were some marked declines, I think, in some attendance at some schools, and if we can link it to these early start times, because I am hearing from a lot of parents district-wide that it's really hard to get their kids out of bed, and so it's really hard to get them to school on time, and so it's really hard to, so I don't know, I guess that would be something for me to figure out what we can massage to allow our elementary schools to go back to starting a little bit later, that is more conducive to learning and more conducive to the kids and the teachers and the parents and everything. Yeah, that's just something.
Would the school day shorten or would it be like start an hour later and extend an hour later?
Yeah, because it used, I mean, at least some of the, it used to be that there was all stagger times, and some elementary schools started a full hour late. And so I'm curious, from just looking at the developing brains and the sleep they need and the darkness at this time of year, how hard it is for me to get up. I just wonder how it's affecting our attendance, our literacy, our math, if kids are coming in during math, which is first. So it would be interesting for me to start having that conversation.
I just want to say something really quickly. In the past, when we had our conversation about outdoor school, I mentioned that I think that that at this point, I mean, we're about to cross, if we go through with a $50 million cut, we're about to cross $100 million worth of cuts in just 3 years, right? Which is a lot. And so the idea, of student-facing cuts, seems a bit like, it feels like, again, like we need all our people at the district. Like every cut is going to be student-facing. It's just about degrees of separation, and so again, it's a really hard situation to be in, and again, entirely the state legislature's fault. So their emails are public.
I guess maybe it's worth just quickly throwing out there that I've seen some advocacy from various parties that do education related advocacy. I admit I have not been paying as much attention as I was before, but there's seems to be a strategy developing, and I don't know what our role is in supporting that strategy, where most education groups seem to be encouraging avoiding cuts to schools during the February session. Just to remind everybody, I think it's very much on the table for there to be a cut, so that we would be cutting even more than $50 million from our budget. And so I just want to remind us very inarticulately that we need to figure out how to lean in and be part of fighting against cuts during the February session to education.
I think my only remark is that I can't, when I think about this fall and the emails that we received about class sizes across the district, we're pushing this boulder uphill of trying to improve student outcomes while we have these really large class sizes, and we're hearing from students and their families and their teachers the struggle it is for kids to get what they need. So I don't even know. It's really discouraging.
Thank you for the candy canes. Been crunching on them.
You're welcome. All right, so here's just a little bit on budget engagement. So as a leadership team, we just haven't stopped talking about budget. I'm not always popular every day because it's a lot for people. There's a lot of emotion and a lot of passion around all the work that we do. So we're undergoing an academic program review, which involves principals and school staffing. And so that will inform the information that we bring forward to you in January. We're doing some central office benchmarking again, just kind of checking in, see how we're doing in terms of comparisons with other districts, performance levels, performance indicators, things like that. Also trying to make sure that our union partners are fully informed. So we are currently in negotiations with ATU and DCU, and so trying to bring some financial information forward to them about our district's state of the budget, so that they're just informed, they're getting the same messaging. And so as we all know, those negotiations can really impact our future projections and our position financially. So for community awareness, we have a transparency website. We talked about the little videos that are going out there. And then as we bring forward information to the community in January, our principals will be provided a toolkit, because we know that they are the key communicators for their school community. We'll be there to support them as well, offering to hold time with their staff or parent groups or what have you. But we're going to make sure that they have clear communication tools around this topic as well. So, all right. Yeah, I can take questions tonight. You guys know where to find me. And I do want to offer, if there is an opportunity or something that you're wondering about, and I know that Director Split, as soon as she made it to the board, she reached out to me to just get a better understanding of not just school finance basics, but like Portland Public Schools' position around revenue and our expenditures. So I really appreciate that, and I'll offer that to anybody at any time.
Thank you.
All right. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Morrison.
Thank you.
I'm really appreciating the monthly reports too. Like, we're such pros. I just
Same.
love it. Yeah, it's so great. Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have an update on boys volleyball. Director Armstrong, you want to start us off?
Thank you. This was a request by two of our directors, and I know there's been lots of conversation, and I'm excited to bring Senior Chief John Franco and Senior Director Marshall Haskins forward to talk about boys volleyball.
Super Chief. Sorry.
Super Chief to you.
I couldn't let that one slide with Christina. Thank you, Dr. Armstrong, directors, and student director. So before we kind of open it up for questions, we know that this is a topic. We're happy to engage in a level of conversation. So both Marshall and I are here to answer any questions that you may have. I think before we get started, I do want to highlight a few pieces which I've stated in person to a few of you, and in reflected in some memos that I sent earlier, and then also reiterated during a board meeting. First, I just want to again reiterate that this is not a question of want. There are over 80 5A, 6A teams in the state of Oregon, and less than 30 have signed up with OSAA. That includes the 4 Hillsborough schools that have they were initially on the list, but they dropped out, and that was just recently. The remainder of the schools not competing as a part of OSAA are in the same predicament as we are, and that is due to financial constraints. There's also some confusion about the definition of a club, and that club sports are permitted to sign up for OSAA. Club sports, and I just want to make sure that we're on the same page here in terms of the definition. Club sports are entirely outside of PPS's control. Club sports can hire their own coaches. They do not need to follow academic eligibility rules. Club teams cannot themselves sign up to be a part of OSAA. As a district, we would sign up for and therefore sponsor teams to be a part of OSAA. And as soon as that happens, the team no longer is a club team. They are our responsibility, even if we are not funding it. And I think there's a little bit of confusion from that end. Last year, we did have club teams sign up for OSAA and proceed to act as a club because boys volleyball was not an official OSAA sanctioned sport and it was in an emerging year. This has obviously changed the requirements given now that they are OSAA sanctioned. This means transportation, trainers, dedicated practice times, full game schedules, banquets, letters, PIL level coach clearance, athletic director support are all things that we do with our OSAA sanctioned teams. There's also disagreement from some community members that the cost isn't the cost. We stand by the cost needed to effectively run an OSAA program. And I want to say that clearly is that it's not just a team, it's a program that we strive to build. There are things, sure, that we could take out, but bottom line, we would still incur a cost in a time of immense budget reductions where we would be reducing athletic programming and staff. There's also a question regarding fundraising. Can individual schools fundraise is a question that continues to be brought up. We do not support individual schools fundraising because it is an equity issue. There is a question whether or not we will support groups if they can fundraise for all teams. I would say in theory, this sounds great, but the concern still exists that fundraising is an unstable resource. We don't want to get into a place, it's actually a huge fear of mine, we don't want to get into a place where we bring on a sport and then have to cut it the following year. Also, fundraising needs to be able to support a program and not just one team. OSA-sponsored programs are open to all students of interest. As a district, when we offer an OSA-sanctioned sport, it is open to all students eligible for that sport. If 45 students want to participate, then we offer 3 teams. The proposal is fundraising for one team only. We don't support excluding eligible students because the school can't fundraise enough money for multiple teams. If we were to approve this, and fundraising is the mode of funding, schools would also need to agree that any amount not picked up by fundraising would be the school's responsibility to incur. And in a time where school consolidated budgets will be decreased, again, we're heading towards some very tough decisions in regards to budget. So I do want to reiterate that we support, of course, as many opportunities for our kids. There's no question that boys volleyball belongs. However, adding it is like adding another floor to a building without reinforcing the structure first. And unfortunately, there are many difficult budget decisions headed our way, and Michelle talked so eloquently about that, and it would not be fiscally responsible to add OSA boys volleyball at this time. The club route is the best route at this point in time. Now, with all that being said, we've been brainstorming some pieces. We did have a very good meeting with Patrick Gibson. And we are committed to helping coordinate club teams from across the metro area, even potentially across the state, so that our kids can have consistent opportunities to play and compete with other schools. For example, Tigard schools, Hillsborough schools, Beaverton schools, Clackamas schools, they're all examples of districts who have not opted into OSAA, but who have school club teams. Our plan moving forward is to reach out to these districts and to help coordinate a volleyball season for our kids. And with that, I will turn it back to Dr. Armstrong, unless Marshall, you have anything. Okay.
I think open for questions.
If I could, sorry, I just want to reiterate really clearly because I got to be part of this meeting with Patrick Gibson, who he said you didn't have a title, so I'm going to give him a title. Director Coach Patrick Gibson, who's the person who organized a lot of the boys volleyball. one of the things that I think that really came out in terms of like, I really am very thankful for both of you for being there, for helping. I think the focus was on problem solving, and I think we're getting to a place. So just kind of clarifying that the solution that we you all were talking about. I just want to read what you just said really at last, is that volleyball can continue as a club. And when we look at 6A, 5A teams, or more teams to play, PPS is willing to help coordinate with other districts in order to keep this league style play and competition with other districts. And I think that was a big thing. One of the concerns is that because it's an OSAA, and just reiterating some of the things that we heard, is that, you know, people might be upset that there's not a, can't compete in the OSAA championship. But there was some brainstorming going about how to create something similar, equivalent on the club realm, right? And then, so I think there's a lot of potential solutions. I want to just highlight that. I think we had had some great progress in that conversation. So thank you.
Yeah, it was a really good, as I mentioned, I thought it was a really good conversation. And currently, if we think about, I think we identified 17 teams who had club teams last year or the past few years, who are currently not registered with OSAA. So obviously our first mode of business is to kind of reach out to those districts and to those schools and to see where they're at from a club perspective, and see if we can help coordinate, again, some opportunities for our kids to play and compete. And that's what we want.
Director LaForte.
So thank you so much for providing this memo and following up with Patrick. I had the opportunity to meet with Grant last week. Their student leadership invited me to come talk about numerous issues affecting students, and part of that was meeting with the coach and the volleyball team, and they were distraught, and there was a lot of confusion. They did not even know that they were going to have the opportunity to pursue this club route. There was, it sounds like there was some communication breakdown. It sounds like, not from you, because the club's different. They're supposed to be doing their own thing. So I just want to say that I really appreciate that you are helping these teams coordinate a schedule. I know they're going to be really excited to hear that. So I wanted to ask, when sports are added by OSAA, do we have any sort of process to reassess the sports that we are offering? Do we go back and take a look at that to see if there's anything that, I don't know how to say it, like doesn't have as much draw anymore? Like at what point would we look and see if boys volleyball and potentially girls flag football might be a better fit for our students right now?
So we actually assess every year. We offer all OSA sports at all of our schools, and student interest drives that. So, for example, you have some schools who might not have softball. It's because there's not enough girls who want to play softball, but we still offer it until they don't have enough numbers. So if we were to add another sport, girls flag football or boys volleyball, we would hopefully have a time to budget for it so that we would still be able to offer it across the system. What happened in this particular case is it was approved mid-year. So it was approved in October. Our budgets are made in April from the previous years, we're going through. So there was no way to plan for what it would look like. I think Dr. Franco has shared with you that in the past 3 years, you guys have cut $500,000 from athletics each year for the past 3 years. So even thinking about adding something would be taking something away. And it's harder to take, say, the third team at Grant soccer away to add girls flag football. That's not going to fly, right? So we'd have to figure out how to budget for it, offering everything that we can offer. And then after each season, when we didn't offer something, we can maybe go, okay, maybe there's something else could be paid for in the spring because we didn't offer something in the fall.
It's a great segue to my last point. This is more for my colleagues up here. Our current athletic budget is already way upside down. The PIL Foundation fills in, I think, is it at least $1.5 million of our current budget is paid for by the PIL Foundation, which is a completely separate entity. So as we go into budgeting, I just do think, in terms of our overall student experience, sometimes I feel like people look at those areas and think like, oh, that's an easy place to cut. It's not. They're already grossly underfunded. So I just want to keep that in mind as we start looking at numbers and students who want to participate in just the overall, school climate experience that we have for our high schoolers. It's really important. So just keep that in mind.
I have a question. So the memo talks about we're going to be potentially reducing about $400,000. And so where do we, if we add boys volleyball, which it sounds like we're not going to fund it, right? That we're going to encourage collaboration elsewhere. I was just wondering, what are we losing for that $400,000?
In the current plan, we wouldn't be losing anything because it would be funded as a club. How they're currently funded now, we're just creating an opportunity because clearly there's 17 teams that literally, if we don't do this, they're not going to play, right?
Yep.
So they're able to I'm going to call it shoestringing their budgets together on their own to create the opportunity. The question will be as we look to budgeting for next year, right?
Yes.
When we can look to make cuts, is going to be, wow, is it just going to be us in this predicament, which I know it isn't. I think we're going to have to look across the state to see how everyone else is doing that. Because if we fund it and no one else is having it because they got to cut it, or more teams see that the club route's the route to go, it could go either direction. And we just going to have to play that through this spring to see what happens.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yep. Dr. Split.
I have a question, and honestly, maybe this is a simultaneous request for at some point to learn more about how and at what rate and how athletics funding and athletics works, because I think I'm a little ignorant, maybe a lot ignorant. But I guess my question is designed entirely to make middle school parents around the city hate me. But how much do we spend on sports, on athletics for kids that aren't in high school, I guess? Does that make sense? Like, if we're looking at making cuts or changes, is the answer to boys volleyball maybe not cutting a high school sport, but is it maybe cutting third grade soccer somewhere? I don't know what we pay for.
So I would welcome the opportunity, Director Split, to come and educate the board on athletic funding. I think that one of the nuances is the thought is that if we cut middle school sports, then we'd have more for high school. Well, truly, we don't get enough money for high school. A lot of our fundraising is to cover middle school, and part of that are middle school fees. So if we cut middle school, we lose those fees also. So I do think the opportunity to educate, so then everybody's on the same page, and then clearly I could then ask you to give us money too, because you would see our needs. So we'll do that.
And I'll also say too, our middle school, we're very unique in that we offer a comprehensive middle school athletic program, which, as if you go to other districts, it is entirely recreation, right? And what our high school principals would say is that middle school sports, just the kids that opportunities to play in middle school and directly tied to high schools in terms of feeders, has built up the level of engagement. Right, and that's what you need ultimately for a great comprehensive athletics program. Is you need kids. You need kids to experience it, and then increases the motivation to want to play in high school. And so I think our numbers overarchingly have been better than they ever have been. I would say since Marshall and his team, and since that inclusion of the middle school PIL program, it's been significant.
Marshall, is it fair to say that the foundation is basically funding the middle school sports program?
I wouldn't say that, because I'm ballparking some numbers. I think our number this year was 8.2 million in general fund. So next year, let's say we'll cut that to 7.7 with the $500,000 cut. Well, when we just say salaries for our coaches is $5 million. You add in the 2 or 3% for PA, let's say 3% for PAT, that's 150 off the top right there. Our trainers are almost $1 million. Our transportation is 1.5 million. Well, those three numbers alone are already greater than the number we have. So part of our fundraising is stability of high school, and then the rest then go towards middle school.
I just want to share one other thing that kind of came out of that conversation that I thought was actually a big plus for staying club is that keeping the club status for at least for the near future may actually help grow the program, because from what it sounds like, there's a lot of schools that maybe may not have enough students to fulfill a full team. If you're OSAA, there's really strict rules for how to do that. There's some high schools that actually collaborate with other high schools to fill a full team. And not only that, but like going straight to OSAA status would mean that's a higher barrier for entry for especially a lot of communities and school communities. And so they're, in terms of like looking into the future and trying to grow boys volleyball, it also seems more prudent also to stay the club route for now.
Yeah, I think that other club sports, lacrosse, water polo, girls rugby are all facing the dilemma, do we want to become an OSA sport? And when they get to the rubber meet the road to make the decision, they go, wow, we like our flexibility, right? We have some lacrosse teams who travel the country, right? You can't do that with OSAA because they have a very strict window that you participate. We have, like you said, some schools that collaborate. Grant Lacrosse has, I think, some Franklin and some McDaniel kids. Couldn't do that anymore. I think the other question, I want to add one other thing for Director Splitt's question is, the biggest piece of our middle school program is our equitable access. Grant, to be honest, Grant, Lincoln, they can do middle school sports, wouldn't be a problem. The other schools, when I got here, we just flat out didn't have them. Kids just didn't have the opportunities. I think there's some sports we wish we could do a better job of, and I think based on the ability to spend a little more time fundraising, I think we'll be able to create more opportunities for kids, whether it's club or OSAA. I think kids being involved helps with academics, period, because they have another positive adult, blah, 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 blah. So we want to have as many opportunities as we can. Great.
Thank you, team. And I will say, I appreciate the presentation and the question. And I know one of the things for us that we talk about and wonder about is that if we were to look at 50 million, and we know that like there's salaries on a spectrum, right, can go in a variety of places. But if we look at data from last year and imagine this year, we know that we're talking with the 50 million, at least 200 FTE reductions across central office and schools. It's going to mean programs, it's going to mean services, it's going to mean changing the way that we do business in some ways. Not all the ways, but in some ways. And I know for us, and this isn't, and it's not an item to discuss now, but it'll be something that I'll be checking in with each of you about. And so as a collective, you know, as this team, as we bring forth items or as you hear things, like it's a little overwhelming to think of all of the things that we're going to hear over the next 5 months, which won't, I mean, obviously there are going to be folks advocating and we want to hear them. And, you know, many times we'll go back to the drawing board and make other decisions. But I think it'll be helpful to know, like from you all, even through this process with the memos and the presentation and the work session, like what is that, what's going to work best, right? So that we can start planning now for January and February. Is it maybe more work sessions, or is it an opportunity like Coach Haskins has said about, you know, pulling together teams to just learn from certain departments to hear what the budget outtake is? So I'm not looking for answers now, but I'm just saying that, like, I really want us to be all on the same page about, or actually, I think I just need to know what you all want to know from us so that when we bring forth an item, it is comprehensive and meets all of your needs to do the business of the board, which is a pretty big one when it comes to adopting the budget in June. So just know that that's a question that I'm going to ask you. I'll ask publicly in this board meeting, and then I'll ask you in our one-on-ones and maybe even some small group meetings so that we can hit the mark and, you know, maybe deliver the information that you all asked for the first time that's comprehensive enough so that we can then move to the next thing. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate all the work. All right. Next up, we have the Jefferson High School review of the academic programming. Today, we have a chance to review the plan for academic programming at Jefferson High School. I believe that some of this was also talked about, and well, the brunt of it was discussed during our Teaching, Learning, and Enrollment Committee. Was it last week? Correct. And the board held listening session at Jefferson High School to hear the feedback on the superintendent's recommendation to bring forward option C. We provided opportunities for anyone who wanted to provide comments, either in person or virtually, to do so. One comment that keeps coming up is that there's a very strong desire to make sure that Jefferson students have a robust academic program available to them. And tonight we'll have a chance to hear that plan and ask some questions. So I'll hand that over to Dr. Armstrong.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm going to love to bring the team up. I think, as you know, you've received the documentation on the recommendation, which still stands at scenario C. And here's an opportunity to hear about the academic program, and maybe other things will surface that has come up. And we just want you to be informed and use this time to ask any questions that you may have, because we know that we have a decision to make in less than 3 weeks, and we want you to be informed. So with that, I'm calling up the team. Thank you, team.
So good evening, Board of Directors, Student Representative Retorto, and Superintendent Armstrong. My name is Margaret Calvert. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of School Planning and Modernization. Tonight is the 6th time we are sharing information with you regarding the sunsetting of Jefferson Dual Assignment Zone prior to the board vote in January. The recommendation provides a path to grow and stabilize enrollment at Jefferson High School, restoring it to a vibrant, high-demand school rooted in community, culture, and excellence, while also sustaining robust programming at the neighboring high schools. Sunsetting the Jefferson Dual Assignment Zone will ensure comparable access, enrollment clarity, and long-term stability for students in schools across Northeast Portland. This recommendation demonstrates our commitment to providing students, particularly students who have been historically underserved, well-resourced learning environments close to where they live. We will focus our comments this evening on the timeline, process, and framework for expanding the academic and athletic offerings at Jefferson, providing a path to transform it from a focus option to a comprehensive high school. I'd like to point out 2 supports that are included in the superintendent's recommendation: an investment of at least 2 FTE during the phase-in years, starting in the fall of 2026, to expand academic programming, and that would end in the spring of 2030, along with a budget for training and staff development for additional programs. Please hold your questions until the presentation, when we look forward to a robust discussion. I also want to acknowledge that I'm here and joined by Senior Director Philippe Priestich and Marshall Haskins, as well as Principal Drake Shelton. At this time, I'll turn this over to Dr. Priestich, and we'll go through the presentation. It is an encore performance, as you heard from the Teaching, Learning, and Enrollment Committee meeting last week.
Good evening, Board Directors, Superintendent Armstrong. My name is Philippe Priestich. I'm proud to serve as the Senior Director for Secondary Academics, and I'm pleased to be here today to share our initial ideas for expanding academic programming at Jefferson High School. What we'll be presenting today reflects early concepts. We will continue our deep engagement with students, families, staff, alumni, and community partners to shape a shared vision for Jefferson's academic future. Jefferson has a long and proud history of academic success and community partnership. Last year, 85% of Jefferson's graduates earned 3 or more advanced credits, well above the district average, and the school's graduation rate exceeds both the district and the state. This strong foundation gives us the opportunity to build on what's already working and expand access to rigorous, engaging learning experiences for all our students. Beginning in 2026, Jefferson will undergo a major modernization. At the same time, PPS is considering the sunsetting of the dual assignment, which will stabilize enrollment and allow Jefferson to operate as a comprehensive neighborhood high school. These two forces, modernization and the sunsetting of dual enrollment, create the conditions for Jefferson not only to match what other comprehensive high schools offer, but to expand beyond it. We can go to the next slide. So this slide highlights the 4 core pillars supporting this emerging academic vision for Jefferson High School. Each pillar is rooted in Jefferson's identity, its arts legacy, history of partnership, and success with dual credit, while preparing students for future opportunities. First, our aim is to offer a coherent, sequenced college preparatory experience beginning in 9th grade. Instead of simply adding AP courses or advanced placement courses, we want to build a pathway that prepares and ensures that all students are ready for college level work. This may include a universal pre-AP experience in 9th grade, potentially AP Seminar, AP Human Geography, or AP African American Studies as the core 10th grade option, and a robust menu of AP and dual credit courses in 11th and 12th grade. We're also exploring senior capstone experiences on the PCC campus to support a smooth transition into post-secondary learning. The modernization also presents an opportunity to design CT pathways that are aligned to Oregon's high wage, high growth, and high innovation sectors. Pathways will be co-designed with educators, students, industry partners, and higher education institutions to ensure coursework reflects real skill and real opportunities. Our goal here is to prepare Jefferson students not only for jobs, but to be innovators, problem solvers, and contributors to Oregon's future workforce. As we all know, Jefferson's arts legacy is one of the strongest in PPS, and we have opportunity to build a visual and performing arts program that honors this history while expanding into contemporary creative fields. Alongside dance, music, theater, and visual arts, we're also exploring technical theater, audio engineering, media arts and film, costume and apparel design, or digital media or digital design. These areas align with Portland's creative economy and with post-secondary programs at PCC, PSU, and PNCA. And last but not least, I want to mention that we're also focused on developing a partner-supported learning ecosystem. Jefferson has long-standing partnerships with PCC, PSU, OHSU, SEI, and other community-based organizations. The opportunity now is to move from multiple individual partnerships to a coordinated learning ecosystem. This approach positions Jefferson not only as a school with strong partnerships, but as a regional hub where students move seamlessly between school, college, community organizations, and industry. We can go to the next slide. We've already heard a great deal from students, families, and staff leading up to this point. The slide outlines the next phase of engagement and planning running through December of running from December of 25 to summer of 26. Our engagement in this next phase will focus on student focus groups and feedback sessions, staff engagement through the instructional leadership team and departments, and all staff meetings. Family engagement through PTSA and Site Council, as well as collaboration with our partners. And then in the following phase next year, our engagement priorities will include ensuring that families understand new offerings and supports, that we're providing clear communication to students about pathway options, and that we're clarifying partner roles for mentorships, internships, and dual credit opportunities. In January of 27, we will begin forecasting for the 27-28 school year. By that point, students and families will have a clear understanding of available AP, CTE, visual and performing art, and elective options. So I'll close by saying that Jefferson has always been a place where excellence and possibility live side by side. As we move into this next chapter, we have the chance to honor that history while designing new opportunities worthy of the students who will walk and who are walking through Jefferson's doors in the years ahead. Thank you for being part of this journey, and we're happy to answer questions.
And I just want to pepper in a couple of things, as I wasn't at the first presentation. I appreciate partnership, and I just want to let the board know that Deborah Kafori and I had an opportunity, or actually, no, I'm sorry, I think it was Christina Howard and I had the opportunity to go to OHSU and meet with the directors of a program that's dedicated to diversifying the field of medicine. And we were hearing about their students and their relationship with Jefferson, and hearing about the folks who have graduated from medical school and those who are applying for pre-med. And it was an amazing opportunity to hear. And I think when we talk about partnerships, I get sometimes it comes up as like maybe letters or words, or maybe something that we have loose connection, but like meeting the students who, you know, are steps away from being medical doctors, coming through a Jefferson pathway through the partnership with OHSU was pretty significant. And the other thing that I want to say is that I appreciate the engagement, and for the board, I just want you to know that we are a district that believes firmly in schedules that are driven by students and student interests. Most master schedules should be. And so I know that there has been lots of talk about, like, what is this academic program? Tell us the classes. And if we were to do that, then we're a district-driven student schedule and not a student-built one. And you always want to be in a high school where the student schedule is driven by student interests. And that's why that engagement is so important over the next year and a half, because we want to build courses that our students actually want to take. And so I just needed to lift those two things up. It was a wonderful reflection of what's happening at Jeff. So thank you.
So I would also like to invite Senior Director Marshall Haskins to talk a little bit about the high school athletics vision for Jefferson as we're looking forward, and then to close with some recent work that Principal Shelton has been doing with staff and students at Jefferson.
Well, I don't know if you guys know, but Jefferson has a nickname. It's called the School of Champions, because the athletic program was phenomenal. Somebody on the DS, someone up here coached at Jefferson, and added to that School of Champions. And I believe that when we go back to a normal neighborhood, we will be back as a School of Champions, for sure. As I spoke.
I'm sorry, I just got to jump in because you're speaking in the past tense, but I remember a team that went to the girls' basketball state
remember last year. Yeah.
Just a few short months ago. So, I mean, I'm just saying.
And we have some wrestlers, and we have, I'm just saying.
We want to acknowledge those who've come through, and
despite us only being a paltry 400, it's like the movie, the 300, is that what it's called? Yeah, we're at 400 Jefferson, and we're still having success. But obviously, when we go back to a comprehensive, we're really excited to do two things. One, to curb the inequity that has happened there for the past 15 years, where we didn't have enough kids to have full programming. And then it's kind of like the tail wagging the dog. Do you not have enough programs? Well, we don't because we don't have enough kids, so you can't do that. So I'm excited to know that will change. As it relates to the high school programming, as I said before, we offer programming based on student interests. We will offer all OSA sports there. To be honest, a number of kids who participate in athletics will go up because I'll use Grant as an example because some of the kids are coming from there. We cut 60 to 70 girls, soccer players every year. So just the fact that when you transition this, some of those kids will be the kids that will be saving kids. They'll come and then they'll have a full cadre of girls soccer teams. And that I think of our 9 schools, 6 of them actually have 4 soccer teams, not just 3. So I anticipate in Jefferson being the same way on both the girls and the boys side as a result of that. So we'll offer a full program. The other thing that we're going to do is I think somebody mentioned assessments. So we're going to do an assessment of the current Jefferson athletic programming. And as we look at the 7th graders going from 6th, 7th, moving up, we're going to do some things to stand up those programs. So right now, let's say baseball, we have one team, barely enough for one team. So we're going to go down and meet with the Riverside baseball program and start figuring out how do we help them get excited about coming to Jefferson, understand what that'll mean, and then do whatever we can to help enough kids be able to play through those programs so they'll have a normal transition high school, freshman, then JV, and then varsity. And we're going to do that. We're going to look at all their sports and stand up as many as we need to make sure the kids, when they get there, have a full opportunity. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, if you didn't know, I am a product of Jefferson, just to say that.
Okay.
So whatever they say about it, I'm right here. So
there it is. All right. So I guess I'm on here. Good evening, board members, student representative, and Superintendent Armstrong. My name is Drake Shelton, and I'm proud to serve as the principal of Jefferson High School. I want to briefly ground this work in what is already happening on our campus as we prepare for increased enrollment and the return of students to their neighborhood school. For the past 3 years, we have been in ongoing conversations about our course catalog, specifically about expanding rigor and access, including advanced placement coursework. Throughout Jefferson is Rising and sustained community listening, we have now moving from conversation to action. This year, AP expansion is being actively discussed and shaped through Site Council, PTSA, ILT, and full staff meetings like today. Our teachers have engaged in detailed comparison of Jefferson's offerings with Lincoln, Grant, McDaniel, and Roosevelt. That work quickly identified CTE, elective, and core courses we can add to better match and strengthen comprehensive high school options across the district. As part of this preparation, we are finalizing an AP hybrid model that allows us to responsibly expand access while building staff capacity. That model will launch next year, ensuring our students are supported to achieve at high levels. Most importantly, this work is about readiness for students, families, and staff. As we prepare for this year's 7th graders to return to Jefferson as their neighborhood high school, we are intentionally building a program that reflects both community voice and student aspiration. As I close, Jefferson is not starting from scratch. We are aligning our system, strengthening our offerings, and moving deliberately toward a comprehensive, competitive academic program that honors our legacy and prepares us for growth. Thank you for your continued support for Jefferson High School. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we turn it over for discussion and questions, I just wanted to go back to the comment about the girls' basketball team playing in the state championship game last year. How many of those athletes went off to D1 schools?
Three are playing D1, and 2 of them are playing right now in community college starting. They actually all are just coming home, and we saw them today. They're
Right.
going to be at the game on Friday if you want to see them.
But not
So-
just athletes, academically
So,
prepared to
yeah.
compete
Yes,
at that school as well. Thank you.
So of the 6 seniors, all 6 of them are in college. Just 5 are playing basketball. The other one, I think, was a 4.0 student, and she's just going to school.
She's at U of O as the team manager for the girls basketball program.
Okay, all right. So mighty and small numbers, but mighty.
All right, board questions.
Yeah.
Go for it.
I can go ahead. I don't have questions though. Is that okay? Or maybe there will be questions in my usual freewheeling form here. So thank you all so much. As a former middle school basketball player who didn't make the high school team and became a stat keeper, I love that she's having her own way of continuing basketball. I can still keep stats really, really well at girls basketball. Let me know if you ever need me. So I just want to put out there for all of us that were at the listening session, we were hearing a pretty strong refrain about having an amendment to the resolution around scenario C, that we have an amendment to ensure that kind of the dream that we're articulating here around athletics, around academics, but also around extracurricular activities, and just course offerings, core and not core, I guess, that we make sure that we not just plan for, but actually implement to make sure that there's equitable offerings across the affected high schools in this situation. I'm seeing nodding heads. I think everyone's familiar with this argument at the listening session. I just wanted to let the board know that I worked with staff to have an amendment like that potentially on deck for when we actually consider the resolution. It sounds to me, correct me if I'm wrong, that might just be in the resolution to begin with a plan for making sure that we don't just plan for, but also evaluate and have regular reporting to the board. I've requested too that it have clear direction that we, I'm trying to think of how to put this, that we communicate in a way that families will see about these chances to see how things are going. So for example, right now we might just have something on a board agenda. I think we all know that the percentage of families who look at our board agendas is not what we might want it to be, but so having sort of direct communication. So I just wanted to make sure everyone knows that I'm trying to make sure that we have what we need to sort of check that box as we consider scenario C when the time comes. And I just want to put it out there that I think it's so important that we continue that conversation. I think I don't know that this is what will be said, but maybe we could have like a, handshake agreement as we talk about this next month, that we're looking at this through like 2035 or so. So we're not just looking at it through this initial transition, but also just giving a couple years on the other end to just make sure that we're hitting the targets, hitting our goals, and just regularly reporting on. And then there was another one too. It's in my mind, and I'm not sure that this is what will be in whatever we put forward, but in my mind, I'd like to see that it's academics, it's like course offerings, extracurriculars, athletics, but I also think having a plan for building the staff. And then I know that you're going to be so excited to have all these new staff join you, but like, how are you going to work to have those new staff integrated into the culture? And, that was written up here, honoring the legacy while expanding opportunities, like actually like living that. So we have new teachers coming on. How are they going to like be part of the culture of Jefferson? And I heard that a lot of the families that have been historically connected to Jefferson certainly have that concern of like, how do we keep Jefferson while also like, or keep Jeff probably is what they would say, while expanding the student body and really dramatically changing it. So I just want to make sure that we heard that and that we have the tools at our fingertips when we consider it to make sure that we honor that request from those families. That's all.
I want to appreciate the presentation. I did not understand those statistics at first, and I appreciate you talking about how great Jefferson is, because we've heard a lot about what it isn't. I also went there, by the way. I didn't graduate from there, but I went there as a co-op student a long time ago. I want to, I agree that we should do some monitoring. I don't know for 10 years, like we have to trust that it'll, I hope that it'll be good and, by the time we open fully. I think the regular progress updates would be great. I think to monitor it and hold it to a different standard than some of our schools is saying something about what our expectations are. I'm really excited to learn more. I've never, of course, as a non-educator, been involved in the development of the programming, so it's really interesting. I did have an opportunity to walk through the basement of the building and see the costume room and talk about what it might look like to have, well, we better have the costume room in the new school, and the potential for partnering with some of our outdoor, we have a clothing and fashion industry here, believe it or not. We've got Nike headquartered, Adidas, Columbia Sportswear, Keen. The potential for our students that are not just theater students, but to possibly have a textiles program, which is a very technical program. It's also design oriented, but to work and have industry partners that can come into our school and teach those kids about textiles, which is a fabulous area of study. Anyway, I'm excited about the potential. I think I have a lot of hope for Jefferson. I live in the Jefferson catchment, and I have every intention of it being the most amazing school now and into the future. And I hope to be at that basketball game on Friday. If anybody would like to join me.
Yes. Let me know when you're coming.
I'll let you know. I'll confirm tomorrow.
Okay, I have many thoughts, some of which are questions. Number one, I love the stuff that's going on with the academic stuff. I mean, most kids are not going to have the same opportunity to, define what Jefferson is going to be, So I think that's a really cool opportunity. Now, that being said, the DSC has not had our full discussion yet about Jefferson Rising, where our final vote is going to happen on the 13th. So we're getting that done. We're doing pretty robust community outreach. We've already engaged with multiple student councils, and our plan is to engage with all of them by the 13th. So and get the opinions of the people who are currently members of these high schools, because they have unique insights as well. Now, that being said, there's a few things that I'm looking at here that are interesting. Number one, I've spent a lot of time looking at recently Chief Joseph Elementary specifically, because in the travel analysis, it's a pretty small difference in terms of the travel time between Roosevelt High School and Jefferson High School. Now, again, I'm just going to preface this. I'm very, very biased in this conversation. I am a member of the Roosevelt community, and I'm a student at Roosevelt, so I'm going to be biased in their direction. But this is something that I've been looking at. Now, the thing that came up when I started looking at this, because I asked some questions to Ms. Calvert about this, and if you guys look at the documents provided, you can see in the Chief Joseph enrollment area that it's almost a square, and then there's a little bit that juts out right at Jefferson High School. And so my thought in regards to this conversation is, where is the place? Because later in the year we're going to start a broader conversation about right sizing. So where does right sizing have a place to play in this? Because we can say, that this school goes to Jefferson and this elementary school goes to Jefferson, and then we might change those elementary schools. I know there's been lots of talks, also in the Grant area around Irvington and Sabin and combining those, and those could have really massive impacts, on all these projections. And so I guess that's my thought. Is where is the space for that for that broader right sizing and boundary conversation in this conversation about Jefferson Rising?
So I appreciate the question, which I think came out as a question as opposed to a statement. So a couple of things. One is we are going to embark on a right sizing conversation. We are actually, it goes back to Director Splitt's statement and process that Chair Wong was involved with Southeast Guiding Coalition. So we have done boundary adjustments recently. What we don't always do consistently is share what those results look like. What does that look like from a student's, family's, educator's perspective? So we will embark on that and start that process. As far as when we set the frame initially for this conversation, we were clear that this is around setting the dual assignment, which is a high school level decision, and that we were going to continue to look at and keep the elementary catchments and boundaries intact. As we look forward, we will end up in some conversations about what does that look like ultimately. But that is this is a first conversation that needs to happen around, and it's specifically around dual assignment. And we will embark on the conversations. The goal will be always to be thoughtful about how we are impacting specific school communities, and to not do it multiple times successively as much as possible as we go through the process. So that has been the frame. There's been a question about the DLI pathways as well. Same thinking. We can't adjust everything in this just from this area. So we need to look at dual language immersion, for example, across the district. And so that will be a next conversation. So this clarifies, develops an attendance pattern and flow of students that then will help us in those next conversations.
Which are scheduled to begin as early as February of this year, as soon as we finish this. And that is also a community engagement process. So we do have a lot of work to do on for our elementaries and middles.
Okay, so I have a few more questions. So, well, and some general thoughts. Again, number one, as a Roosevelt student, the number that jumps out to me most on these, on like the 2030, 2031 line here in terms of enrollment, is Roosevelt at 1153. It's a low number, and it does put us dangerously close to going below 1100. Could you talk a little bit about your confidence in these projections? Would you be surprised if these numbers differ by more than 50 students?
So anytime we do projections, the further out you go, the more variability you're going to see in the projection. So what we did in the modeling was to provide as stable of a student population to model from as possible. So we started with first graders, and we modeled out through the full implementation. To go further than that, as we're introducing error that I'm not going to, really, we're just going to be cautious about that as you go out. What we are saying is that we're going to look at how what are the impacts over time. So this goes again back to, are we going to monitor annually, and what does that look like? So this is one decision that we're going to make, or that we're asking the board to take into consideration as we look into a series of decisions. What we know about enrollment across the district is that the high schools have not seen a declining enrollment in the process. We also know that when we open modernized high schools, we welcome students back into the district. So we've seen that at every school that we've modernized, that we've seen the school enrollment of those schools increase. So as we go out, am I confident that we're going to be above 1,100? We know that we're going to have to watch both Roosevelt and Jefferson very closely, because those are the two of the four schools that have in this process and in this scenario that are going to be closest to 1,100. So I think that as we look at that will be an ongoing process, but our projections at this point, give us a sense of what that reality is across the four schools.
And I think just to the earlier point about the next step in boundaries and consolidations and some of those things, we'll be able to begin discussing and presenting on that, looking at numbers and, what happens in fall of 26, what happens in the fall of 27. For the next groups going through. So it'll be a continued we're going to continue to talk about schools and boundaries probably for the next 12 to 18 months.
Yes, thank you. I think that's it for now, but I may have more questions later.
Excellent.
Dr. Engelson?
Can I ask a really quick question just related to Ian, or Student Representative Retorto? How will we get the full download from the DSC after your meeting on the 12th, 13th? I don't know how that works. Do you know how that works?
Yeah. So it will be a regular board meeting, so I'll have a student representative's report. Of course, since we're having that vote on the 13th, I won't have time to prepare a full statement. I'll write something up and then input whatever the result of the vote is. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get into our meeting. I don't know if we have other. I think we're gonna discuss other things in that meeting. But one of the things we're gonna do is we're gonna vote on Jefferson Rising. We're either gonna vote to in favor of the superintendent's recommendation, in favor of another recommendation, or any number of ways. And then I'll come here and I'll say, we engaged, hundreds of students, current students at these high schools, and this is how the DSC voted. So that's what that's going to look like. I'll share. I keep getting the urge to share comments because we've been having this conversation actively and being like, oh, I heard a member say this and a member say this, but I'm waiting until that final conversation so we can get the full picture so that everyone can present their most refined thoughts on the matter. So yeah, that's what that's going to look like. Thank you.
Before I call you Director Engelsman, I just want to ask how long your questions are, just only because we have public comment here and I don't want to keep them too long. So if you have long questions, I'll have them go first. Nope. Okay. Thank you. Not just you, but for the rest of the board who haven't asked questions yet.
Do you have a mouthful of candy cane? Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. As everyone is gathering, I like to ask a lot of questions. I like to get as much information about everything as possible. And so I've been calling in and listening to all of the committee meetings on which I'm not on the committee. And so I got to call in while doing 1,000 other things and listen to TLE last week. And I was really, really impressed with this presentation because I think it hit on a lot of questions that I was hearing from community members who are going to be Jefferson bound regardless of what scenario is voted on. And specifically, I loved the statistics at the beginning. It was really exciting. Some of the community members had raised good thoughts, like, if we're going to do this, we are doing this, let's invest more into Jefferson to make sure it really works. And so I love hearing that at least 2 FTEs are going to be put there as a way to say, yeah, we believe in this, we're going to make this work, we're going to give you extra FTEs than we would allocate elsewhere. So I loved hearing that in that presentation and again tonight. As Director Split said, there were a lot of community members who were saying, please give us a timeline, because they want their kids to have all of the academic options and all of the extracurricular options and all of the sporting options that they would get at every other school. And so I think that's the driving force behind this potential timeline of putting it into a resolution, because they just want to know that their kids are going to get it. And so I loved hearing this timeline that everybody is very openly and vociferously talking about. I loved hearing that we're going to offer all OSAA sports because, it's a way to engage kids and get kids. We heard these volleyball boys talking in October, I think it was, about how they were not finding community at school until they started playing volleyball, and then they found community in volleyball, so then they found community in school. So it, is this beautiful circle that we can do to lift up our students. And so I just, I asked to have this on here. I'm sure other people asked to have it on this agenda tonight instead of going through what we've gone through a few times, because the points that you hit in this specific presentation answered a lot of questions that I was hearing, and I wanted the community who may not watch TLE as much as they watch these meetings to hear these answers, because I think they're great. I have one question. I have one question and then one comment. I don't understand, I know it's great for our students, the AP for all. Does that mean that only AP classes are offered? Or I'm thinking about, I took an AP math class and I bombed it. And so I would hopefully have a regular math class that's not, it's not only AP, right?
No.
Okay.
We would, in the hybrid model, there's the AP for all, which is, let's just say 10th grade English, which would be like AP seminar. So
Okay.
instead of 10th grade English, all 10th graders would take AP seminar. That's the AP for all. But then it wouldn't, next year, they wouldn't have to take AP Lit or Lang. We can have dual credit, right? And
Okay.
so there's dual credit option. and AP options. So you get both of that in the hybrid model.
And I think one way to imagine it when you think of AP, which is college prep, and then we also have dual enrollment, it's that at Jefferson High School, we would be able to say and stand behind that every single one of our kiddos are graduating with a college transcript.
Yeah, yes, yes.
So I think there's two pieces, and we spent a little bit of time talking about this at TLE. So for those that heard it, we'll say it again. We'll replay. But part of what you're hearing is where are the chances for students to pursue interest in advanced placement classes, and when is it the expectation that all students at a grade level are taking a class? So I think when we say AP for all or dual credit for all or IB for all, what we're speaking to is that is a grade level course that is being offered to all students. So currently at Jefferson, junior language arts is reading and writing 115 with PCC. Senior language arts and government and econ is in partnership with PSU. At Grant, junior level biology is dual credit with PCC, and sophomore is AP. Sophomore social studies is AP human geography. So there's that. So you build a program that gives students a trajectory of when we're asking and we're saying that we want it for all, that we're providing access and support so students can successfully complete a class. And so you're going to be very thoughtful about how many of the classes are at a grade level that you're going to offer for all, and then which are classes that students are going to pursue because of interest.
Thank you, that's helpful. So the last two things, I know I said one, but as a carry on to that, one of the community member things that I heard was, as part of the investment in Jefferson, the extra FTEs, but the idea that we should and we could offer classes at a smaller number, that if there were only 10 kids interested in AP biology at Grant, we wouldn't offer it at Grant because 10 is not enough. But the idea that at Jefferson, in building this programming, that if there are only 10 kids who are interested in AP biology, we offer it because next year there will be 15 and the next year will be 18. And so this idea of investment in the school is also extra FTEs, but it's recognizing that to build a program, we can offer things at a lower interest rate than we would at other schools to build interest. And then the last thing I will say, after that Educator for a Day and the debriefing with PAT, there was a person, a staff member in the room who was flagging, and I just am flagging it in the event that I don't have the information, but just flagging that they had heard, or they were looking at some of the building schematics and or design stuff about special ed, and that the options and what's being offered for classroom sizes and room options at Jefferson is subpar to other high schools. And maybe it's wrong, but this is something they were saying, like there's a windowless room that's going to be used. And so I'm just flagging this to, like, let's make sure before we start building that our special ed options are going to be, and maybe it's not right, but I just.
Yeah, I mean, I meet with our SPED team. Our SPED team has been part of the modernization. They've met with them. We had a new team that shifted in, so all new SPED team as of last year. And so they've been working with Allison Adams, our VP of modernization. We've also had emails back and forth about, because one of them came from Franklin and talked about some of the things that happened at Franklin's build and make sure it didn't happen with our build. You've met Mindy, and so yeah, they've been part of this. So I've never heard that, so I don't know where that came from.
Yeah, I don't doubt they weren't part of it. It was just something that I heard, and because I wasn't part of it, I just wanted to bring it up and, like, let's make sure that it's that we're getting it right when we're starting to build it. That's all.
Yeah, I heard the same thing. It was a windowless classroom was what was the issue that was flagged.
We did, I asked this question at facilities when we got our introductory download on all three rebuilds, as to SPED team's input and whether they were engaged and involved in the process. Because when I was looking at, I think it was Cleveland's, there was something, like, to my untrained eye that I had questions about. It looked wonky. so did ask the question, and the answer was the same that Principal Shelton just gave, was that the teams have been involved all along. So I'm glad that we're asking these questions and paying attention to this, and I'm very glad that our special educators are involved in the process.
And I will just share that part of my responsibilities are with the modernization team, so I get to cross over a couple spaces. So I get to see and work with Jefferson, IDB Wells, and Cleveland. And part of that is to see that where their learnings from each of the sites, and then also to, if there are issues that are surfaced, that we address it not only at one site, but all three.
And then one thing I just want to reemphasize, because we know that, there are families that will select Jeff this fall. And so I just want to make sure that the board knows that we already make an investment to make sure that classes can function that are not at the thresholds that are at some of our comprehensive high school sites because of the programming, and we want students to be able to access particular courses or build pathways. So that isn't waiting until fall 27, that's now. As a matter of fact, one of the reasons why I chose Jefferson for my niece, even though it's 2 bus rides away, is because of the small comprehensive environment, knowing that the classrooms are small and she can still have access to programming that she needs as she works her way through high school.
I remembered my questions. I promise they're quick. So number one, so this is just for clarification. This is for you, Superintendent Armstrong. What is going to be the choice before the board on the 13th? Is it just to accept or deny the superintendent's proposal, or if we choose to deny it, can we do that in favor of another option, or specifically what courses of action are going to be in front of us on the 13th?
Yeah, that's a great question. All of the scenarios, depending on where you're from, are available for the board. I wanted to put the recommendation out to say, where are we at this point based on data, what we're hearing from families, what we're hearing from staff, and to make sure that we backed it with all the information that you all need to make a decision. And so while the recommendation is a strong recommendation C, it is the board's purview to either accept the recommendation, make different suggestions, or to go with something completely different. I think at the end of it, what we really need to happen is the sunsetting of dual assignment, so that we can have a comprehensive high school begin to emerge. And if we're going to have a comprehensive high school, we need to talk about the boundaries. And so, yeah. Does that answer the question?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yes,
I was
thank
a
you.
little wordy there. Okay.
And my second question, and this is, I guess, to anyone, is again back to the Chief Joe thing. You're going to hear me say this a lot, but back to the Chief Joe thing. Are there any options in front of us that would allow us to make that boundary a little bit more porous, especially in regards to some other scenarios like scenario B, which put Jefferson at significantly more students? Is there an option for us to make that specifically that Chief Joe boundary a little bit more porous, to try and balance between both Jefferson and Roosevelt, since they're both in concerning places? And I'm open to any thoughts on that.
I think that the challenge with all of this is once we make a decision at one site, that it's going to impact all the other decisions, right? And so I think when we're looking at every year, we look at pieces around enrollment and what does that mean at school sites, and how do we go through an enrollment transfer cycle. I think the piece around, I don't entirely know what you mean by porous about Chief Joe, but I think that what we have brought forward are the proposals and scenarios that we've analyzed. And once we go through and look at anything that we adjust at one spot, it's going to impact it all. So we did not look at any scenario that would have Chief Joe, for example, going to Roosevelt.
Yeah, so I guess an extension of my question there is are there any ways that the district could help balance between, balance specifically the Chief Joe enrollment between the two schools. Because I know that currently we have like exceptions for, like, for example, the band program, but that requires both principals signing off, and so I guess that's my question. You can say, no, we don't have anything like that in the district. But.
So there are petitions that happen every year. Then that's part of our regular process that can happen. So that is the families petition at times to attend a different school. So that option is still there. We have the questions been asked a few times about, like, what does that mean? We have provided it, it's in our FAQs, and I'm happy to pull up the precise language for you. But it's part of our regular annual enrollment transfer process. It's what we're in the midst of right now. Actually, the high school lottery just closed, I believe. So this is, there are opportunities for some pieces. I would say when we look at the enrollment across the Northeast, what is challenging is the further west you go, it's geographically isolated. So it's hard if you're saying, are we balancing between Jefferson and Roosevelt? In all the scenarios, that is difficult, because the further west we go, it's geographically isolated. So when we did the proximity maps and we looked at sort of where the schools are relative to each other, things like, the fact that Peninsula stood out as a school that was in between Jefferson and Roosevelt and not close to either. Fabian is another example. So we're balancing a number of things. So I think that overall that's, again, once you start pulling on one string in the scenario, it impacts all the other decisions.
And we know there's people out there that want us to look at those who live across the St. John's Bridge, for example, and what that can do to Roosevelt. So I think it's just like a snowball of conversation that needs to happen. But yeah.
Yes, thank you. I think that answers it.
Director LaForte?
Couple things. One is it was a question, and now it's more of a comment based on what I heard, which is fantastic. I just was plan on reiterating, as you heard me say at TLE, the importance of equitable AP offerings, because without it, there would be significant academic parity across the high schools, which we would, would become an issue immediately. Just having been in the high school system now for 6 years, dual credit works great for our in-state colleges, some out-of-state colleges, but AP, if you're going to private, out-of-state, like it's the gold standard. So I'm really excited to hear that there's a meeting today, and this is, it sounds like everything that you're describing is what I've seen as a parent at Grant for 6 years, so I find that very exciting. And Student Director Retorto, to follow up on what you were asking about boundaries, I've been pulling on every string I can pull on too. And I was looking at, sort of like, where are the bodies? Looking at Roosevelt, I have to say I did a fantastic tour with our student director at Roosevelt a couple weeks ago. I highly recommend it. He led the tour. It was fabulous seeing it through his eyes. But looking at the boundaries for for Roosevelt and for Jefferson, we have 260 students in the Jefferson boundary that are going to Benson, and we have 216 Roosevelt students that are going to Benson. How was that factored into the numbers that we're seeing in scenarios B and C? Any changes? Do you expect it to be steady? I see that and I'm like, okay, the students are there. How do we account for that?
So what we modeled, and we go through the process of the progressions for students, what we look at is the rates that students make the transition from 8th to 9th grade. The Benson, so there are students that are in PPS that are in the catchments, but then end up at Benson. So we look historically at what those rates are, and then when we look at 8th and 9th grade projections, those are incorporated into those rates, for example. And I would say that, when we look at Benson, the number, the size, and the number of students at Benson, that is, we go, that's a lottery process. We do that annually, and we look at the number of students that are going to Benson. So that has stayed stable and has been constant through this process.
Has there been any conversation, I've read about this in other districts across the country where, now that we have, CTE spaces in all of our high schools and will in these 3 new high schools, in any sort of, I'm trying to, like I always say, like kind of 12 moves ahead, sometimes in potentially, restructuring Benson in a way that the students would start at their neighborhood schools, so that a school like Roosevelt would have, would be much closer to 1,400. Jefferson wouldn't be teetering on, 1,200, but students would have the opportunity to continue their pathway at Benson for, say, their junior or senior year. Like those models exist. Have there been any conversations like that?
So we have had that was part of the high school redesign conversation in 2011 and 10. At that time, we made the decision as a district to have Benson be a focus option school. As we go through right sizing process and various other pieces, that the conversations around what does the high school system look like? I think that is a system-wide conversation that is not unique to this particular question. But certainly there are going to be a number of things that we look at, but we have not explicitly recently had a conversation around Benson being an intensive, it's a skill setter, for example.
No, and I just want to say that when we think of the race that we're running, specifically me and my leadership team, that wouldn't be one of the races we're running, seeing as the school is just in the space of building and increasing enrollment. So they're building up as they go. And I know not just Roosevelt and Jefferson, but there's a tremendous amount of students from all of the comprehensives that seek a program like Benson, but enrollment was capped. If enrollment wasn't capped, I'm sure that there would be probably a significant amount of more students there. I guess it's built for 1,700, but 900 now, I think, somewhere around there. Anyway, beside the point. But I would say that definitely could be a conversation for another team at another time. Our focus is on the 3 high schools. I don't know any other polite way to say that.
Message received.
You don't want to have it right now? I don't understand.
Well, also, there's an industry, the trades are suffering right now, plumbing, electrical, that are good, union jobs. And they need tradespeople. So Benson does a great job of turning out tradespeople, pre-med, dental.
Yep.
And we just finished it like a year ago, I think, 2 years ago now. So, yeah, it's a great. I love Benson, by the way. So, anyway, thank you. Maybe we'll run that race another time.
We just have a
Later?
we have 50 elementary schools that we need. We have DLI conversations that we have to have. We have middle schools that we have K-8s, we have 6-8s. And I mean, there's a lot of conversation about our future outlook with the elementaries and middles and where we can optimize programs for our students and families. And so that conversation is going to be a lengthy and long one. Once all that's done, and if there's a conversation on getting back to high school redesign and reimagining those programs, I'm sure that there will be some enthusiastic interest from a team to take up.
I'm also Director Split mentioned the funding, challenges coming up probably through, did you say 2031? So stabilize at a lower number. So that's hopefully a conversation that we can sort of marry the resources with what we have on the ground here at some point.
And the one piece that I just would add is that, part of this is going to be a series of conversations. And I appreciate Dr. Armstrong saying that this is going to be potentially the next 12 to 18 months, that this is one of, right? This is one of many. And I think that, there are 2 commitments, I think. One is that we're going to engage on a regular basis, and we're going to try to get into a rhythm of what that looks like over the next 18 months. And 2, we're going to take a look back at sort of how we've made decisions and what are some of the lessons learned. We will fold that into the decision, that you will be embarking upon around sunsetting dual assignment. And with that commitment that we'll be back giving monitoring updates, how are things working? What does that look like on a regular basis? And that we'll have some pretty rich conversations for the next 18 months for sure. And
Thank you.
as a starting point, yes.
Thank you for being here this late and answering our questions. Next up, I did ask for having allowing public comment today on the Jefferson boundary to extend our feedback timeline. I know and also in case there were people who weren't able to make the date on the Jefferson night. So we do have public comment for the Jefferson boundary discussion. Ms. Bradshaw, could you call them up?
Yes, we have 2 people in person and 1 virtual. So we'll start with the people who are in person. We have Alex Tinker and Christina Lively.
Thank you for being here this late, and hope it's not past your bedtime. In case, I'll just repeat the rules. 3 minutes. When it hits the orange light, you have 30 seconds to finish up. And yeah. State your name, spell your last name, and thank you for being here. You may begin when you're ready.
I'm Christina Lively. Can you hear me? Lively. First and foremost, I want to thank you for your time and energy that you've dedicated to this process. I am a Sabin neighborhood parent of 4 children, with my oldest currently in 7th grade at Da Vinci. I'm a Portland native and a PPS graduate. I am here in support of Jefferson's modernization and the district's stated goal of expanding opportunity and ensuring educational stability for all students. As PPS plans for growth and the opening of modernized schools, I urge the district to carefully consider the unique needs of the 2020 kindergarten and 1st grade cohorts. These students entered school during an unprecedented period and have endured more major educational disruptions than any class in recent memory. They deserve stability. Sabin is the only school in Scenario C not recommended to return to its original neighborhood high school prior to dual assignment. Families are concerned that short-term enrollment projections overlook Sabin's community input and overall balance across the city. I asked the district to add Sabin to Scenario C with Irvington, or delay dual enrollment for the proposed new neighborhood elementary schools while Jefferson is rebuilt. As a community in progress approach, some families in the proposed new neighborhood are ready to send their children immediately, while families in the long-standing Jefferson catchment will start to connect with their neighbors and by attending their neighborhood school. Reassigning neighborhoods during major construction is an avoidable disruption. The current recommendation is identical to the very early version, with no visible adjustments based on community feedback. Despite more than 220 Sabin supporting families signing a petition outlining why there was no current scenario that was workable for our kids. If communities are redrawn in 2027, many Sabin students will feel pressured into highly competitive alternatives simply to maintain continuity and safe routes to school. This puts families in challenging positions that risk creating unnecessary stress, inequity, and division within a community that has worked so hard to support one another. As Jefferson enters a promising new chapter, we should be finding ways to ensure all children are supported. I support the goal of strengthening Jefferson, and I believe it can be done while also honoring our kids' needs. I respectfully ask that Sabin be added to the Scenario C with Irvington and return to our neighborhood school. I know you have many voices to represent and many perspectives to understand. Your leadership on this and your help advocating for a middle ground is a foundational part. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Chair Wong, Directors, Superintendent Armstrong. My name is Alex Tinker, Tinker. I have 2 students at Irvington, and I'm here to address enrollment rebalancing. Some of the advocacy on this topic has become toxic and personal. I hope we can focus on attacking our common problems instead of attacking each other, especially when no one can know where another is truly coming from. The monolithic characterization of Irvington at last Monday's public session was hard to hear. Our community is quite diverse, racially, culturally, and socioeconomically. For what it's worth, I grew up in Northeast Portland on 19th and Holman in the Woodlawn neighborhood in the late 80s and 90s, in a family headed by 2 white civil rights activist mothers, along with me and my 2 black older siblings. Our survival depended on food stamps, the real paper food stamps, and occasional trips to pick up food boxes at the Sunshine Division. Before leaving for college, I had NEP tattooed on my back, lest I ever forget where I came from. Today, my family of origin includes my 2 black siblings, 2 black nieces, 2 black grandnieces, and a black grandnephew. 2 of them will likely attend Jefferson, and the other Grant. As the only white male in the family, I am acutely aware of my privilege and its contribution to my path out of poverty. I have not forgotten where I come from, and I bring that perspective with me today. Now to the matter at hand. Among the 3 considered, Scenario C is the clear choice. Only C maintains contact boundaries as required, and at best balances enrollment across the 4 comprehensive high schools in 2030 and beyond. Contrast that with B, which, for example, would leave Grant barely above the 1,100 student threshold by 2032, a projection which assumes an unprecedented 94% capture rate that's unrealistic. Scenario B is a recipe for leaving all 4 of the affected schools struggling to maintain the student bodies adequate to support the comprehensive programming that all students deserve. While C is the clear choice over A and B, I reject the premise that of the limited options presented that revitalizing one community depends on tearing another apart. We can reinvigorate Jefferson without carving Sabin out of its Grant community. After Dr. Armstrong formally recommended C, some said that Irvington, as the squeaky wheel, got the proverbial grease of Scenario C. If there's a squeaky wheel, it's the fact that there are scarcely enough students to fill the schools we're building. And in all 3 of the scenarios that this board has considered, PPS has offered Sabin as the grease. As stakeholders from other schools have argued over whether Irvington and Sabin belong with Jeff or Grant, I can't help but think of imperial powers, carving up conquered lands, drawing borders without regard for the communities that they divided. Jefferson's modernization is long overdue. I urge the district to take a closer look at the Scenario F model prepared by Sabin parents, which is essentially Sabin staying at Grant.
Great, thank you.
Isn't that my 30-second mark?
30 seconds was the orange. Just finish up your sentence, please.
Looking forward, I urge the district to engage the communities most likely to be impacted by consolidation and right-sizing before it evaluates the plans and develops options, rather than launching another purported engagement effort, which primarily serves to promote plans that have already been laid. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have our virtual person virtually.
My name is Erin Brazel, ErinBrasell. I'm the parent of a Sabin 4th grader and a Grant 10th grader, and I'm here to share my support for a thriving Jefferson, as well as to express concerns about the preferred scenario. As Christina mentioned, Sabin is the only school not being assigned to its original boundaries before dual assignment. This fact was confirmed at the scenario open house on December 6th by a director-level PPS staff member. Sabin is a school, like Irvington, that's always been a Grant feeder. Sabin is a school that's had no principal all year and therefore no leader to advocate for our community during this process. We're now on our 5th principal in 5 years. Sabin's a school PPS is not intentionally engaged and whose feedback is reflected neither in the community engagement analysis nor the Scenario C itself. We asked the board to request refinements to PPS's recommendations to reflect the lived realities of our students. Scenario C is a boundary change for Sabin. Dual assignment is an overlay. When overlay sunsets, schools should return to their original boundaries. That means Sabin should return to Grant. Sabin families have repeatedly asked for data transparency and have been met with math that simply doesn't add up. Scenario C creates a glaring imbalance. Jefferson would have 8 feeder schools while Grant would have 4. If you look at current total enrollment for each of the feeders for Scenario C, Grant has a total of 1,400 students and Jefferson has over 2,300. That means 1.6 students flowing to Jefferson for everyone going to Grant, a 60% larger feeder pattern. Sabin families have raised transportation and safety concerns again and again. Sabin students have multiple safe walking and biking routes to Grant that they use frequently. Safe routes don't exist from Sabin to Jefferson. Our children's lived experiences are more than concentric circles on a map. As a Sabin parent for 10 years now, I know the value of a neighborhood school supported by a strong, stable community. And the Jefferson community deserves this as well, and to have an anchor of what like I have found at Sabin. The process for these changes, however, is sowing mistrust and dividing communities. The media and families from other schools have painted Sabin as an elitist community that's resisting change. In reality, Sabin is a racially and economically diverse school that has experienced a great deal of instability over 10 years of enrollment pattern disruption and high turnover rate in leadership. Sabin moved from Beaumont from a K-5 to a K-8, and then it was converted back to a K-5 and reassigned to Tubman, and since then has been chronically under-enrolled and under-resourced. Scenario C will absolutely be a disruption to our community and a series of disruptions to come during the upcoming elementary right-sizing. For decades, Sabin has been interconnected with Irvington and Grant. Over 200 families have signed a letter outlining how this change will deeply disrupt our community. We're simply asking for our feedback to inform the final outcome and for a plan that strengthens Jefferson without dismantling ours. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Great, thank you. All right, that concludes our segment on Jefferson. Ready to move on? All right, thank you everyone who was here to provide public comment. Your feedback always helps improve our work and helps us, just helps. Thank you.
May I ask a question just before you move on? So for the item in January, when you all take your vote, is the expectation another presentation or any other data request, or will you all work with that team? Because I was just thinking of Student Representative Retorto's comment about what decision rests with the board. And I know that you all are clear on that, but I also want to make sure that you are all clear on that and that you feel that you have everything you need, or if there's going to be another request coming forward, just so that we can plan adequately.
I guess I was assuming that your recommendation would be in like resolution form for us to vote up or down on. And we wouldn't necessarily need to have a new presentation, because we've had so many, but I'm open to other ideas. But I will just share that was my expectation, I suppose.
So I'm just wondering if there's two. I mean, I see the team nodding that there will be a resolution, but I know that all this came to be because of the resolution that's connected to dual assignment. And so I wonder if it's going to be a series of actions. At first it's that, and then whether you choose C, make modifications or whatever. I just want to make sure that we have everything for you that you may need. But you want to speak to that?
Sure, and I really appreciate this conversation, Deborah Kafori, Chief of Staff, because it is obviously up to you of what you would like to see at that presentation. I think tonight's presentation was tailored around suggestions from some of the board members that they really appreciated the TLE conversation, and that everybody on the board wanted to hear that same information. We are prepared, and the one thing is that we would walk through the resolution, which will include your recommendation, Dr. Armstrong. That will be the resolution that we walk through. And then people are, of course, welcome to bring forward amendments if they have them. I would just ask that if folks are thinking about writing some amendments, to let us know so that we can be prepared. Director Split has already reached out with some of the ideas that she brought up tonight.
So I push that. I appreciate that. I have a little open pushback with the team. I think I would prefer that what's brought forth is the original dual assignment agreement and a vote to end that. And then the next thing is, moving forward with my recommendation. And then at that point, if there's any modifications or other things that you all want to do, amendments you want to make to that, you can do that in that process. But the very first thing I want to do is make sure we're ending the dual assignment resolution that created Jeff as a focus option and not a comprehensive. So
I was going to say it might also be helpful to have the resolution where we directed the superintendent to end the dual assignment. That was in 2022.
Yeah, we had We had discussed walking through, not obviously the whole presentation all over again, but walking through the history, because I do think that is important, and that can be a part of the ending the dual assignment.
So I just want to make sure, just let me recap what I think we're saying. So the very first step is to end the dual assignment, which reestablishes Jefferson as a comprehensive high school. And then the next resolution would be the resolution in which you all would consider, decide, discuss, and then ultimately choose to vote on.
Yes, and obviously that would be a separate item.
That's
so
separate
we could have
item.
the discussion about it. I'm very familiar with the history, having attended it in historical times. Yeah. I wonder if it would be helpful. And actually, a community member sent a really great historical record. I don't know if it's been shared widely. I sent it to Roseanne this evening. I haven't read it yet. I haven't had time today. I'm really looking forward to reading it. And it's got a really nice history about who was here and the impacts of the discussions that or the decisions we've made over the last 40 years, actually. So I don't know if that would be helpful for others to see, just to provide some background. I'm looking forward to reading it. I'll read it tomorrow, but I think everybody got it.
I read it. It was very helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering, we're going to be making a big decision for our community, and monumental, and I think it might be helpful to understand the context, because, I've been here a long time. Some people maybe have only been here 5 years, 10 years. I think it'd be helpful to share.
So we can do the history piece with the original resolution that brought forth where we're at now. And then after that, then we'll put out the scenarios and the resolution that lists or outlines the recommendation, and then you all can make your moves.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does that make
Thank
sense?
you.
Sorry,
For
hate to
I think
adjust in real time, but I just want to make sure that
democracy and transparency and accountability.
Yeah.
We need to be
Collaboration
accountable.
and action.
I love it. I would be a huge fan of if anyone wants to bring an amendment like I did. I knew this was our chance to discuss before we're making a vote, so I brought up the amendment that I'd bring, although I think the amendment I'd bring might be in the resolution. I'm not sure. So, but I think it'd be great to be communicating with staff and with each other, so, like, no surprises. For those of you who don't know, they changed serial meetings law. If you don't know what that is, it's like how we're allowed to communicate with each other. And so we have to have all of our conversations like live in real time. So it's nice if we can like be prepared for those conversations. So I would just ask respectfully that if we're going to bring something other than C+, the thing that we just talked about earlier tonight, that we all communicate. I also think like just maybe being transparent for the public and for each other, since we can't all talk to each other. I'm like getting the general vibe that people on this kind of, given especially the amount that we're hearing about B right now, like C does seem like a compromise to me. I just being transparent, that's how it feels to me. So I just kind of want to throw that out there as also a no surprise kind of thing that I feel like we're sort of like nodding our heads up here. So if that's going to change, I think it'd be great if we could communicate and have maybe elevate the public conversation in some way if we think there's going to be a pivot. And I know the district student council not discussing it until the day of makes, it's tricky then to like take your opinion into account since we're doing it that night. And I want to, so I'm trying to think that through too. So anyway, I'm just going to stop talking now because I got off a plane at 1.
No, I appreciate what you're saying. And I know that like there's some things like, for instance, I think it was alluded to by Calvert, but that, we continue to have a process where families can choose to opt into other high schools. We know that we have sibling preference, and I don't know if those numbers were counted into our projected. Okay, so we have the sibling counts and things like that. So yeah.
Yay.
So anyway, I'm just saying that like I get that there's gonna be I'm anticipating that there's some language that goes along with scenario C. I appreciate the call to try and get those to us as early as possible so that we can present on that. And if there's anything that requires like any mitigation planning or anything like that, I think especially knowing that we have this like winter break happening and then we come back 2 weeks later, that help us help you in whatever it is that if there's something that you're ideating on or want to take a look at that we can get ahead of and have ready for you at the meeting on the 11th or 12th? 13th.
I'd also like to offer for our student representative, if you're hearing from your colleagues that they have questions over the break before you need more information prior to your meeting, please reach out to Margaret. Sorry, that was a joke. Please reach out to us, and we can get those questions because I know it's been a while since you guys last discussed it, and we're here to help.
So we did have a chance to, I did meet with the district student council.
Yeah.
And fielded some questions. I'm happy always to field questions and to provide any information as needed.
Yeah, I think that at this point I haven't gotten very many more questions. Like I've really been surprised by the ability of our district student council members to very quickly understand this and then understand it to a degree that they're now teaching it out to their student councils. Which has been something that I am extremely proud of. Now, that being said, you raised a very good point in terms of amendments in the district student council. Would it be possible, abiding by public meetings laws, for any board member to, for example, say, here's the amendment that I kind of maybe want to propose, and send that to Roseanne, who could they then send that to me, and then where I could send that to the district student council and get their thoughts beforehand? How is that? Does that seem?
If you're talking about anything going to you, it doesn't all due respect, it doesn't implicate the public meetings law because you're not technically.
True.
Yes.
I didn't even think of that. Yes.
You may do, yes. If it's going to you, if it's from a board member, then it should go to Roseanne and should go through the normal process that way.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also want to add, because it's sometimes often I know we kind of get through the business of things and don't really get a chance to respond. And I just want to say how much I appreciate the words of, is it Mr. Lively? No, what's your last name? Tinker. Okay, Tinker. Sorry, I was trying to hold all the names in my head. I appreciate the words, and I will say that it is disheartening. We're trying to do the best we can with the knowledge we have, and it is unfortunate and sad and disappointing when conversations begin to take a tone that pits one community against another. We're all of Portland, all 81 schools, all areas. We work in service of all of them. And so I appreciate that. And I think no matter what is decided, what amendments come forth, whatever scenario, how the scenario moves forward or not, I think, really focusing on something that speaks to healing and that's humanizing for the communities, that are some real examples of things that folks have been going through and students and families. And so I know that my team is thinking about ways in which we're going to address that and wrap around and support. And I think that will be a wonderful opportunity for all of us, I think, too. So, yeah.
I appreciate that, Dr. Armstrong, and I think one piece that I'm very hopeful about is that when we get into the conversations around implementation of a decision, that we have time and opportunity to engage fully in those conversations, and the timing of this decision allows us to really be thoughtful about that implementation, those pieces and in the planning for 2027. So it gives us time and runway to have some of those conversations and to really bring community together.
Director,
go ahead.
Director Split, I appreciate the call for kind of transparency about what we're thinking as we move towards the meeting in January. I see it similar to how you see it in terms of C feeling like a compromise. I think I am a B person, and I understand the rationale behind C, and I've done a lot of thinking about if there is an amendment that I would propose. And ultimately, I don't think that I plan to do anything like that. I have a lot of confidence in MC and the work that the team has done. And I have questions around numbers, but I think at a certain point, it is what it is, and we can look at like different ways of slicing it and siphoning off different groups of students. But when I think about what is in the best interest of students, that is consistency, stability, keeping cohorts of students together as much as we can. And I really struggle with like slicing up subgroups of kids and sending them off in different directions any more than what we're already doing. So that's the way that I'm looking at it right now, in case anyone was wondering.
I'd like to.
Thank you. Sorry, I just want to interject really quick. I want to kind of go through order because make sure everyone has a chance to talk. I just want to bring some caution and also just reiterate, want to reiterate kind of what Director Split said. It's also in our board protocols. We follow the no surprises clause. One thing I want to suggest, two things. Number one is that if you have ideas for amendments, that you please send that to staff ahead of time early enough, because as someone who has gone through redistricting, there's a lot of unintended consequences that could happen that we may not have time to foresee if it hasn't been vetted thoroughly. So that is one big danger if you are thinking about amendments, to make sure that gets really vetted and really discussed with that full answer. The other request I have is because for the sake of optimizing our discussion on the January 13th meeting, I would like to request, if this is okay with everyone, that to the best of your ability, of course, things can come up last minute, but to the best of your ability, please, I'm asking everyone to please submit their questions about these both resolutions to Roseanne by January 6th. That would give enough time for staff to kind of be prepared to answer the questions so that we can, obviously to the best of your ability. If you come up with something on January 9th, no big deal. But having our questions submitted early enough so that we get proper answers will help inform our decision. And so that's my request. So those two things. Amendments vetted January 6th. Is that okay?
And Director Wong, I would just, if I were you, I would be asking, well, how will we know if we have amendments if we haven't seen the resolution yet? So you might ask us if we could get it to you earlier than the typical period so that you have a chance to look at it, so you can see whether you have amendments or not.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm going to go Director Fort, then I'll come back to you.
So I just had a couple comments about B versus C, since it looks like we're having a little bit of a conversation about that. For me, just a couple things I wanted to call out for my colleagues and Student Director Retorto. For scenario C, actually for both scenarios, scenario C, Grant is right now in all of these numbers heavily reliant on a very high capture rate. It's actually higher than our current capture rate. It's calculated at 93.6. That is everything going right to be at these numbers. And in addition, we've got a little bit of a unique situation in play with the JDLI program, which feeds into Grant and is, I think it's like currently, my computer died.
Okay.
Like 260, 280 students right now.
It's about, we model it out, it's roughly 55 to 60 students at grade level.
Right.
So when we model it out, it's about 220, it's in the 220s.
So what happens is for this particular dual language immersion program, the bulk of the students are from outside of the boundary. Unlike Beach, where the bulk are actually in the Roosevelt boundary. So we've got a little bit of a unique situation with Grant in that we have students from, well outside of the area, many from Southeast, making that number is what it is. And once Cleveland is done, I do have real concerns that we're going to lose a lot of those students to a brand new high school. So I'm feeling much more comfortable with scenario C, because I'm not sure there's any other way in the long term for Grant to make sure that it's not under enrolled. And I see Jefferson with the opportunity to potentially pick up students from Benson once it opens. Grant does not have that. They only have 35 students that go to Benson. So there's more students in both of those areas. So for me, I'm looking at that in terms of long-term stability and really serving the neighborhood students. So I just wanted to call that out. There's some things in the numbers that are making them what they are. So that's kind of where I'm headed and why.
If I can offer just one point of clarification, we have heard the term capture rate quite a bit. The modeling is not based on capture rate. It's internal students progressing. These are students that are enrolled in PPS. So capture rate, typically, I'm going to look at Senior Director Richard Smith here and see if I get this right. He'll correct me if I'm not right. But the capture rate compares neighborhood to students that are enrolled. Our modeling is based on students enrolled in PPS all the way through. So when you see it's the number of 8th grade students that are in PPS that then roll up into grant, so it is not a capture rate. That's an apples to oranges comparison. Then it is a percentage of students that are in the grant neighborhood that then end up enrolling in 9th grade. So it's slightly different, but there's been quite a bit of confusion about that, and we're working to really clean up the language, and so that's on our end. We're going to try to really define that. So I'm going to look and see if I got it. Okay, thank you.
And then in the current like I said, my computer died, but in the current calculations, we've got Roosevelt at 80%.
86.
86. Okay, and then Jefferson at 70, and then kind of ticking up across
Jefferson's rate increase, it starts at 70 and increases up to 82%. And that is reflective of modernizations that we've seen when schools have been modernized, that the students staying in that school increases. And McDaniel is at about 75%.
I'm glad that you spoke before me, Director LaForte, because what I'm about to say is going to tie in. I wanted to follow up on something that Director Chase Miller said, in that I think that we have to acknowledge when we go forward in this conversation that this is a hard situation for all the school, for every school that's not Jefferson, because all these schools have to give some students in order for Jefferson to get some students. It's inevitable. You know, the enrollment numbers are particularly large for both Grant and Roosevelt. I mean, Grant is set to lose like a third, or even close to half, of their population in 1,200. Yeah, not quite half. But again, a very large amount of students, because they're going from 2,100, down to in option B, 12, which is a pretty large drop, and so I think that it's important to acknowledge that, and that I think that again, as Director Chase Miller said, there is no perfect solution to this. It's an unfortunate situation, and again, the quality of education that we're able to provide to each of these students also, again, ties back into the funding thing. Have I mentioned this meeting how I don't like the state legislature and think they should fund us more? I don't think I have. But
Measure 5 and 50 is the new 6-7.
It's for me. That's my 6-7. I love talking about 5 and 50, but yeah, I think that it is.
What about 49? Don't forget 49.
Everybody forget.
Yeah. It's a very complex issue. There's a lot of solutions to the broader funding problem, but again, with the Jefferson Rising stuff, it's important that we recognize that it's a complex situation for all the high schools. There's a lot of push and pull. Again, when we pull one string, it affects the rest of the web very deeply. And so to kind of sum up what I'm saying, I'm kind of rambling now. Reaching for what I was originally going to say, but I think that it's a rough situation for all the schools, and we should definitely look at what we can do at these other schools, at both Grant and specifically Roosevelt, and see what we can do to try and ease that transition, as they transition into being smaller schools, and to make sure that that's something that, again, we don't see a broader downward shift as both me and Director LaForte are worried of in both schools.
I have a question for Margaret. We've gotten a lot of emails saying that Jefferson doesn't need Sabin or Irvington. Can you just lay it out there as to why, based on the recommendation before us, Jefferson does need at least Sabin?
So part of what, when we look through, again, as we're building out scenarios, we started with all and sort of the largest number of students going to Jefferson and potentially the smallest number of students going to Jefferson. And we kind of looked at modeling widely. And then we looked at what are some of the other options. The key with this is that in order to have really robust academic programming at Jefferson, we're looking at getting the student population above 1,100. So as we're doing that and to make that into a comprehensive high school, it is not, I'm not saying 1,100 is ideal. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying in order to have stable programming and to offer comprehensive programming, you need to be above 1,100. And so when we're hearing, we want to hear Jefferson be successful, it means that we need to ensure that we have the students' population that gets Jefferson above 1,100. When we looked at other scenarios, Jefferson does not, even through full implementation, in one scenario doesn't get to 1,000 students, and in other scenarios it's just we need to get it above 1,100. And so the Irvington, and so there are 3 historic feeders to Grant that are part of this. There's a historic feeder to Roosevelt that we're looking at all of these pieces. I don't want to lose fact that Boise Elliott was has been part of the Grant catchment as well over time. And so it is not just Sabin that we are looking at in scenario C. So I think it is, at some level, it is it's a population estimate and forecast that we're looking at, but it's really critical that when we're talking about, when we've heard over and over, again, quite loudly, and that's part of the reason why we did the academic programming presentation tonight, is it for it to be comparable to other high schools that are comprehensive high schools, we have to have the student population along with the programming. And it's a chicken and egg question, which comes first. So we're going to invest to build out the programming, but then we need to have the students as well. And that is where the conversation with Irvington and Sabin has come in.
Thank you. I have one more. No, I'm not going to say one more question. I have another question. Okay, my understanding is that ideal high school utilization is 85%. Is that correct?
It's what we plan for modernized schools.
Okay.
Yes.
And Grant was built for 1,700.
It's a little over 1,700.
A little over
yes.
1,700, and they're well over that right now. So 85% of about 1,700 would be, I think, 1,445 students. And scenario C gets Grant to 1,416 by 2030-31. So that seems pretty close to ideal utilization. Am I mathing correctly?
I am not doing it by hand up front here, but I think, yep, it's yes. Yep. So I think when we looked at the scenarios, and it was a question was asked, I think, and it's and one of the pieces that we looked at when we wrote the memo for the superintendent's recommendation was utilization. And when we looked at C, all 4 high schools end up in a range between 70 and 90% utilization. Right now, the range is much greater than that. So that was part of it's one of the considerations for the factors. So it gets this, in this scenario C, we get Grant below, it's at over 100% utilization now, and is using Holyrood as a satellite classrooms into the modernized building, while also getting Jefferson to and McDaniel and Roosevelt. Roosevelt is the only school that has a slightly different size than it's the smallest modernized high school. So I just want to acknowledge that as well.
In Roosevelt, just I believe when I did my tour, it's correct me if I'm wrong, it's 1,450, but it was actually built for 1,350, but the common spaces were enlarged as they built the school, and so in terms of classroom space,
we actually added classroom. We removed common spaces to add classrooms at Roosevelt. Okay. I think is what you're saying. We ended up there were common study spaces that were at Roosevelt that we over time have added walls and made into classrooms and or office spaces to utilize the common areas differently.
You can definitely tell it's smaller when you're there.
So I appreciate this time, and I know you guys are probably thinking Kimberly just became a meeting extender, but I felt like there were still some things that we needed to talk about, because ultimately the goal is to be prepared for January. So I do appreciate it. And as you can see, there were still some questions.
I'm sure. I'm happy to answer questions.
That's why it's on the work session.
Yes.
This, you don't have to answer this now or maybe later or whatever, but one question I had, another
Yes.
question I have,
Yes.
is Franklin is also over the comfort limit of enrollment. Is this something that's answerable? I know this is a little getting ahead, but answerable now in terms of like, when we look at the other high schools and how they may affect, for example, Grant, especially Grant, due to proximity, Cleveland to some extent, in terms of the balance between scenario or option C, versus option B or whatnot?
We did not look at impacts outside of the 4 high schools. So I think what I will say is right sizing will address what that looks like across the high school system. And part of SEGC, as you are well aware, there are 2 lingering pieces that came out of SEGC. One was please look at dual language immersion across the district, and the second was please address the feeder patterns for the Southeast middle schools because they're complicated. And so I think that there is an opportunity to do that, along with we knew that every time we were building a modernized high school, that it was going to shift the populations. So we were aware of that as we were doing it, and we started to address some of it, and now we are well on our way to looking at them all. And I just, again, want to say the commitment in Portland to say that every student was going to graduate or be an experience in a modernized high school by the 2029 is been over a decade of a commitment. And that is something that is pretty remarkable. And I think that we have seen students come back into the system, into modernized high schools. And I'm confident that we'll see that with Jefferson, Wells, and Cleveland as well.
Definitely remarkable. And still with some of the oldest facilities in the state of Oregon and across the country. But we do have modernized high schools on the rise.
So I just have one comment on the building sizes. I have seen some people asking questions about why are we building Jefferson for 1,700 when when we're not even going to get close to that in any of the scenarios. But what I'll say is that I definitely support building our high schools, especially when we're going through these modernizations, building them a lot larger than we think we're going to need, because in the short term, the population trends for Portland show, our student population decreasing. But if we think super long term, the Pacific Northwest is projected to get a large influx of people, particularly over the next 40 or 50 years because of climate impacts, and so the current buildings the old buildings that we had lasted for 100 years. I'm sure that we would hope that our current buildings would last for another 100. So I just wanted to put that one out there as well.
I want to say that is what I've been saying to people too, is the people in 1900 and 1909 when Jefferson was built, when the population was 1/6 of what it is today, thought ahead 100 years, and here we are.
And Jefferson,
so it doesn't match up with like demographic planning, which is like the 5 year, 8 year. It's 100 years.
Yeah.
And I agree about the climate impacts. We are already seeing climate refugees from Arizona and hotter places. So that trend will continue. We just need them to all have babies.
And just as a frame of reference, when Jefferson opened, I was reading through the Oregon Historical Quarterly article about the history of desegregation in Portland public schools and multiculturalism, which is an article that I recommend often to people, and happy to send the link.
Yes, would you please?
100%. And when Jefferson opened, it was the largest high school in the country. So it opened in 1908. So yes, modernizations and what does it look like and what's forward looking, I think is, I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, you're making decisions both short term and long term, and holding that complexity is hard. So I appreciate. We do. So we'll be having a lot of complex, nuanced conversations over the next 18 months as well as over a number of years.
I have just one request. So I've submitted so many questions, as you know, but a lot of the questions were answered with it's in our FAQs, and I am notoriously bad for finding things online. It's sort of a joke at my house, but I guess I would request that the FAQs, because my computer was blowing up at me because I was hitting the wrong keys, but I was trying to run a search function on the FAQs.
Sure.
And because each answer is a drop down,
Okay.
even though I knew that the answer had a specific number that
Yep.
should pop up, it wasn't popping up.
Okay.
And so I guess I would ask that we figure out a way, I like the drop down menu because then all the questions are right there, but maybe we can include a PDF so someone can open that and then search for their answer, so you don't have to tell me it's in the FAQs.
Yeah, it's all good. We actually have PDFs on the website of the FAQs, so that are searchable, and I think part of what happened is we did them chronologically, so we're reorganizing them as we speak, so that they're grouped by topic. So that is some of the work that we're doing and should have hopefully done in the next week or so, so that there's multiple ways to get at it. The drop-down menus allow for it to be in multiple languages, which is helpful for accessibility. Once you make PDFs, they're static, which causes a different issue. So, but we'll be happy to rearrange them so that they're grouped by topic.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, feeling good at 9:55 p.m. All right, next up we have a discussion about board leadership. At the last meeting, Director Split asked that we have an opportunity to discuss this, so I'll turn it over to Director Split to introduce us.
Well, I just spent a week in Florida and got in at 1 a.m. last night, so we're all going to see me at my worst. I'm trying to talk, so sorry, everybody. I'm really kind of falling apart over here. So I, just to give a little context, I went to the OSBA fall conference this year and was sitting at the table. There's a board members of color caucus that's part of the OSBA, and we were all I was at that table hearing from them about their work, and somebody mentioned board succession and how they're doing it in their district. And I can't remember if it was Redmond or Sisters still.
Or Corvallis? Corvallis does this.
They do this too? Okay. So, but Redmond or Sisters also does it, I guess. And they suggested the way that they were just talking about their model, which is that they have sort of I guess I'm going to use the word gentleman's agreement out of a lack of critical thinking skills right now. And so they have a chair, and then the past chair is usually a vice chair. And then there's somebody else that is also a vice chair that has not had a leadership experience before. And I thought that seemed like a good idea because on our board, we have our two most senior people are our leadership team. This is not an age thing. It gave me this look. No. But the two people that have the most seniority are indeed our chair and vice chair, which makes great sense, right? This model would still preserve that because seniority matters when you're in a leadership position. But it would open up so that there's an opportunity for somebody else to kind of check out what it's like to be on leadership. And then that person could then decide for leadership in the future or not. They could say, this isn't for me, but it just gives an opportunity for somebody else to have that experience. And so I wanted to have a conversation about if others on the board think that's an interesting idea. I don't want to speak for other people, but I will for a second. But when I did check in with both of these two about it, and they also have another idea of just like having those of us that aren't on leadership sort of like rotate through attending leadership meetings. So I wanted to have the conversation rather than just saying, oh, that's fine, we'll just do that, of like, do we think it's important that we have more of an official situation where we have two vice chairs, or try that model for a year and see how that feels or something, in order to have a more thoughtful sort of, in my opinion, more thoughtful approach on succession planning, or do we want to consider the rotating idea? And I wanted to hear from, I thought it'd be better if all of us discussed it. Our large audience at this point, we have, I believe, 4 of us who put our hats in the ring for vice chair. I put my hat in the ring only if this came to fruition, in case nobody else put their hat in. But so many of us did. So I really don't need to be the person. I just wanted there to be a conversation and not have it be because nobody put their hat in that we couldn't make that change and give somebody that experience now. if we decided to go that route. So hopefully that articulates. If you saw my name as somebody who had filed to run for vice chair, was entirely to have this conversation, and if we did go with that there'd be somebody. However, I'd be very happy if anybody else wanted to do it. It doesn't need to be me. I just want to pursue the idea for the sake of, well, one, having more people in leadership, I feel like is just more collaborative too, but two, the succession planning piece. So there you go.
I was going to add the idea about the rotation. So I just kind of want to clarify that and where it came from. It actually came from when we talked to another district that had board members that had been on for 12, 18 years, had a lot of experience. So the idea they proposed to us was also just having other board members cycle through, not, where they would attend leadership meetings too, and be there long enough to see kind of how things kind of progress and seeing the cycle of how things work. One of the challenges that we have with leadership in this new meeting laws is that, honestly, 90% of the time it's just looking at our board work plan, trying to figure out where things fit, right? And 10% time is checking with the superintendent and things like that. But the problem is, like, one of the things that we have this year that didn't have as much last year and the year before is that with Michelle and I as chair and vice chair, if both of us talk to one other person about what we talked about, we just violated serial meeting laws, right? Like if Michelle talked to Stephanie and, Director Engelsman, and I talked to Director Split, that's, 4 people, that's a quorum. So it makes it very difficult. Again, with 3 people, you would have even more so. You can't even talk to one person. So I just want to added that part of that, but like I think the idea of having someone rotate through was something that I think in leadership we were all kind of actually excited about, because I think, it would just help kind of build more partnership and more collaboration. But I just want to offer that up. That's where that idea came from. But we're here to discuss all the ideas on the table, so.
I know, starting talking about something at 10.
I'll just weigh in. I like the idea of cycling through, first of all, because we're seeing everyone. And I think when we first talked about it, you were talking about, providing a kind of a bridge role between 2 sides of our board. I'd really like us to start thinking as one team. And so having someone that's bridge between kind of 2 teams defeats that. And I think with an equity lens, I'm like, this would be great for everybody. Like Patty's not here, but Patty, Director Engelsman, Director Sullivan, Director Lafort. It seems to be equal to equitable distribution. I did talk to the Corvallis School Board recently, and I was like, hey, what's the deal with the 2 vice chairs? And the reason that they did that is their chair was running for Congress, and their vice chair was battling cancer. And so they really needed to, the reason they decided to go to that model was because they were solving for a management issue and a succession issue, which I don't know that we have. And finally, there's really, like, just even being a board member, and this will play into my policy committee update, but there's really it's experiential learning. We're not really taught how to be a board member. We're learning kind of as we go along, especially as we're newer. I think it helps to be kind of brought under someone's wing if you're so lucky. I wasn't. But I think there's lots of way to lean into leadership. And if we're going to have a co-vice chair, I'd really like to see everybody kind of come through those meetings, just to see. There is just another boring meeting. We're talking about when we can place things on the agenda, and when some of the things that have like hard deadlines, like Head Start, charter, and some of the things that we see across the desk have to be on the agenda by a certain date. We're mapping that work out.
I really like the idea of taking turns cycling through. I think some of what I think we've struggled with in so many of us being new and just learning how to do this work is that some of it happens and we don't have like a peek behind that curtain. And in the absence of information, then, people make assumptions and start like just, coming to their own conclusions. So I think it would be really helpful for everyone to have a practical sense of what happens in agenda setting and what that's like. And I think that would also really inform our own understanding of whether or not we really want to take on a leadership role. We might go to those meetings and be like, ew, no.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess one thing I failed to say, and then I'll go to other people. I don't really have like a strong feeling either way. I just wanted like everybody to talk about it. I guess like if like there was a ballot in front of me, I might choose the co-vice chair model for largely circumstantial reasons, but I don't have a strong feeling. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that I'm not like gonna be hugely upset if everybody's like, let's do the other thing. I shared that idea, they shared their idea, and I said, let's all talk about it instead of just the three of us talking about it and that being the end of the conversation.
I like that you're bringing fresh ideas. I'll just say that. I love the fresh ideas.
I guess I will just point out that your concern, Chair Wong, about 3 people in the room, it's the same either way. So it's not really, I mean, if we do either option, it's a concern. So that it isn't a concern if we're going to do one of the 2 options, because either way, there will be 3 people in the room, and so the quorum issue is raised if anyone in that room talks to a single person. Yes. And so if we're going to do either of those options, then that concern is sort of a wash because it's the same in either.
Right, but we can't do both, because if we do a vice chair now, we can't
everyone's
have
in the
someone
room.
rotate through.
We'll just all come to the
Right?
meetings.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I agree. I just want to point, yeah, I agree.
Or we could all be in the same room together, all of us.
If you guys ever need someone to confide in, legally speaking, I'm not included in that quorum. So feel free to come to me. I'll bear it all.
You're
for
welcome
you
to come
guys.
whenever. Yeah.
As long as you don't talk to anyone, because then you become a mediator.
Very true. Also, when do I get to be vice chair?
Yeah, enough. Anybody else? Director
Sure.
LaFour?
So I flinched a little when I heard the 2 sides thing a moment ago, and because I know that we're all really focused on working collaboratively, and knowing that I am inclined to lean toward the idea of us rotating through. I think it's really important that we're building our relationships, and that feels like a really interesting way to do that I'm open to.
And you've
I
done it
just
once,
want-
actually.
I did
so-
do it once.
Yeah, thank you
Means
for
I'm
sh-
last now.
Yeah, and you had to, and you left early, and we're all bummed you left early because we're about to get into the meat of the discussion. I just want everyone to know too that if people want to do the rotate through, that's a yes with me, because I've always thought that was a great idea the moment I heard it. So
I think it was your idea, wasn't it?
no, it was not my idea.
Oh, okay.
It was from when we
else's.
talked to board members from Washington State.
Okay, yes, that's right. Thank you.
Well, my desire for a conversation has been satiated. So thank you, everyone, for having it. I just wanted us all to have it together, and this is how we get to do that. We still have technically 4 of us running for vice chair, so we all need to figure that out before we next meet, I think. Yeah.
Without talking to one another. Which seems impossible, but.
Great. Do you feel comfortable moving on? Yes, please. All right. Is that what I heard?
Unfortunately, I will have to leave for this last bit of the discussion as I have to get
Committee
home and off
reports.
to bed.
All right.
But thank you all. So, unfortunately, you guys don't get the privilege of being a half kind of sort of board member. So it's a really fun position.
I did not call you that. I did not call you that.
All right. Committee reports. Who wants to go first?
I'm a proxy, so I can go first just for funsies.
Great.
I am here on behalf of Director Sullivan to talk about the audit committee. And I love it. I got a script, like the whole thing. It's so nice. So, as you all know, the chair of the audit committee is unable to attend tonight's meeting. By the way, she feels terrible about it and really wishes she was here. And so the audit committee last met on November 6th and had the opportunity to engage in a detailed discussion about outstanding contracts audit recommendations. While we did not resolve the outstanding recommendations in our meeting, we made progress, clarified some questions, and we'll have an opportunity to talk about it again in our February or March audit committee meeting. And also, I believe that our independent auditor will continue to have conversations with staff on that as well. Also, in the November 6th meeting, we were able to welcome a new member of the audit committee. We all voted him in last time. This is Eben Cole, who's a junior at Grant. He only had 2 days notice, jumped right in, attended that audit committee meeting on the 6th. Since then, he's had onboarding with our internal auditor, and we're looking forward to Eben Cole continuing to be a contributor to the audit committee this year. And we also want to thank Student Representative Retorto for helping us get a student representative on the committee. Finally, as mentioned in previous audit committee reports to the board, we were anticipating delays in the presentation of the annual comprehensive financial report. You might remember Michelle talking about that. It's often called the ACFR, and the single audit reports because the Federal Office of Management and Budget had not released an update for compliance guidelines for 2025. That's what auditors have to follow when reviewing federal expenditures. So that compliance supplement has been issued. The external audit team is working to wrap up on their audit. We anticipate the presentation of those audit results in our next audit committee meeting. That next meeting is scheduled for January 15th at 5 p.m. Director Sullivan will provide the board with a preview of that meeting's agenda in our regular board meeting on January 13th. And that concludes the audit committee's report for tonight. Thank you.
Policy committee, we met, I was going to say last week, but it was yesterday. It was the shortest meeting ever, and we talked about the work of the board, which will be combing through and reviewing all of our board policies, which are required to be reviewed every 4 years. We have some committees, some policies that are as old as, or haven't been reviewed since the 2000s. We're going to start with 1.00.000 Board of Education, and as we start to gel as a team and work on how our own, reflection on how we work together, I think the Board of Education policies are a great place to start. They take on the role of the Board of Education, board member duties, student representative and district student council policy, performance auditing, board meetings and protocol, etc. And I think it's timely. And our next meeting is January 26th.
Thank you. FIO?
I just frantically texted you. I do not have a report prepared. I had a family emergency this weekend, as I know some of you are aware. So I was going to ask for some grace to see if I could do that at the next meeting.
Absolutely.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Worries. There's always grace on committee reports because I know this is extra work and it's a lot.
I will say the grant lights are going in. I can tell you that.
Yes, and I was there too. I watched it and it can wait. I forgot what I was going to say.
Report.
Thank you.
Yep. Let's see. What committee do I even? Teaching, Learning, and Enrollment. I'm so tired, and I feel like listening to these reports, I'm here all the time. I've been here like every night this week. Let's see. Teaching, Learning, and Enrollment met on December 11th. We heard public comment regarding Lamond, which is our French immersion school, and their request to determine a high school pathway for those students who have been taking French for their whole education to a high school that has an advanced French pathway. We also heard testimony around Access Academy and equity concerns regarding that program. And we heard from Rose City Park, DLVI, and the ongoing challenges with staffing and kind of some overall communication things. We heard a presentation on charter schools. TLDR, we have 7 charter schools, 5 are PPS charter schools, 2 are state-sponsored. About 1,300 students are enrolled in charters. We heard about our role as the authorizer of the charter schools, the annual calendar of deliverables, and about their funding model. We also had a presentation on tag and access. So we talked about Division 22 requirements, including tag identification, as well as corrective action that is happening. And then after kind of the high level stuff about tag and how referrals happen and the way tag plans are developed, which is more like an IEP or a 504 than it is like going to a special class, as was the case when I was a kid. So that was new learning for me. I was not aware that was how we were doing that. Makes a lot of sense. But from there, we went into a conversation about Access Academy. I think the focus of that conversation, particularly given the public testimony that we'd heard earlier, was around gender and racial disparities at Access, and kind of how we've arrived at the population of students that currently go there, how students qualify to attend, and kind of what the way in is for the students who go there. Then we talked about Jefferson, which is a lot of what we heard tonight. It was kind of the preview of the conversation around the academic plan for Jefferson Rising. And our next meeting, I don't have that date in front of me. It's in January.
Can I just say something really quickly?
Yeah.
So as you know, I called into that meeting, and I was particularly interested in the French stuff, and I didn't know that, because it seems that the other PBS DLI programs have a high school that they go to where they have a language focus for their high school years. And so I was surprised to learn, and I guess I would want to know more, if the kids who are working their butts off K through 8 to do the same in French are not then having a pathway to high school to continue there. And it sounds like this, from what I was listening to, it sounds like these parents are just saying, we want to have AP access. It's not even and I don't know what the DLI programs have at their high schools, if it is just AP or if it is an entire program separate. But I would like to know and try to make sure that the kids who are going all the way through 8th grade are then having the same opportunities for French somewhere.
Yeah, I think the difference primarily is that because Lamont is a charter, there's not that automatic feeder that the other language immersion schools have, which I hadn't ever thought about before.
But there could, right? There could be.
There could
They're
be.
saying that they
Yeah.
would like one.
Yeah.
So
and I
guess
think that's
yeah.
their request to us, is to consider policy that would create a pathway.
Or which high schools
Where they
offer
want to
French?
enroll in our school?
Yes.
Oh.
I think they want.
Because that's a funding thing, right? So if they're a charter school, I think if they want to move together as a cohort and access programming at Portland, that is different than their funding, right? So I guess the question is, do they want to, stay with their charter, and then when they get to high school, move into our high schools?
They want a pathway to high school together at a high school.
Mostly at Lincoln, because they want to be a high school that has the 9-10 French.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hi. Good to see you all again. Glad I stayed. I think it has to do with them traveling together from the charter school to a designated high school. So we can provide some more information and context. I know.
They already attend our high school.
Yeah, they attend their neighborhood school, right?
Got
So
it,
because
got it.
they're charter, they are in different neighborhoods and they attend their neighborhood high school. The request I heard was that they want to stay together, and I think this has come up in the past. So we can work on getting some responses or some information around that.
I have a
I'd really
friend
love
that's
for it
part
not
of
to be
that
Lincoln,
parent
love
group, and
Christine.
she wants, the ask is for them to continue to Lincoln, because I guess that's the only high school. Well, there's 5 high schools that offer French, but only one that offers French 9-10.
right, I kind of want to end this and go home. Does that sound good?
No,
No?
it doesn't. It did the half an hour ago.
I'm going to use the gavel, and just so Director Flort knows, it's all in the hip.
I did not do a good job.
No, it's all in the hip. You got to use your hips. Like that.
It's
This
a
meeting's
wrist and a
adjourned.
wrist.